say we're falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind. Yeah. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we're falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind. All I know is we're here, that they took us somewhere. So what they say we're falling out of line. They don't know the two of us are colorblind. Yeah. So icy. We could be the enemy and show them how it's done. Yeah, we could brand a new identity and tear apart the song. Let's make it grayscale. We love black and white scale. Singing saints that the sinners believe and burn all the sin. We'll take them out. We'll make them up for it and shout. Dream out the guns, I'll take the wheel. How we feel, we were made for this. We be mountain steel and make it real, make it dangerous. Been colorblind for all my life, and they kept painting rainbows. I'm colorblind, it's black and white. It seems it will remain, and you've been colorblind for all your life.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Shallow Lake. Of course, what you're seeing on your screens is our beautiful Russian colleagues, but we are back. We are back and we are ready. The semifinals and the finals are yet to begin. Of course, I'm your caster Ted, and well, joining me any second now is gonna be my beautiful colleague, the best voice in the entire world, Kramer3.
Hello, and well, do we have a matchup ahead? Again, I feel quite bad for Lyngby Vikings, of course, just had a 4-hour series yesterday. But, yeah, they came through, here they are, and they're looking to rise on top, and they're looking to advance through to the finals. Of course, you can see on screen our lovely colleagues over on the Russian broadcast. Tell you what, I haven't seen Sandman before. That's my first time seeing him.
I haven't as well. I think he hasn't used the camera before. He's quite a handsome young man.
He is.
He is, and of course,
we know how beautiful Link. So Link is sort of, he's so seductive with the way he looks at the camera as well. Like,
I think you're the only person that thinks that he's looking seductively.
Look
Do
at
you
that.
like him? Do you like him?
I mean, how could I not? Like,
mate, you have a girlfriend, please.
yes, but like Link is Sonic man. He casts as well. It's perfect.
Well,
I know he doesn't speak a word of English, but would make it work.
yeah, nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, here are the two teams on your screens. First, of course, Sinners, Oscar, Zetko, Beastic, Shock, and Neofrag. Of course, Sinners, well, Sinners, yesterday, they had a bit of a tough time. Of course, this is going to be our second matchup. What you're seeing, Sinners, they're not playing in the first game. The first one that we're going to be watching is going to be, of course, HellRaisers and Lyngby Vikings. Sinners, they're going to be playing the other semi-final later today against Sanko. But for now, well, I believe that we should speak about HellRaisers and Lyngby. How do you feel about this one?
Honestly, it's gonna be a tough one, isn't it? Are we doing the Sinners Sangle one, or are we doing HellRaisers Lyngby Vikings? It's showing Sinners Sangle on stream, but
we're gonna do both, but the first one is HellRaisers and Lyngby.
Oh, okay, alright. HellRaisers Lyngby, I am feeling that Lyngby are probably gonna take it. I think yesterday they looked shaky. They looked very shaky at that. But I think for HellRaisers, the fact they don't let Vex take a map off them, the fact they let Vex almost 2-0 them, is going to constantly weigh on their mind. And personally, I think that Lyngby Vikings, they've just seen a lot stronger. Yeah, we look at this veto as well. Nuke is just absolutely in favor of Lyngby. You know, we got Dust. All right, you know, both teams kind of play it. HellRaisers have a bit of an advantage. But when it comes to Inferno, Lyngby in the 3-map series are definitely going to be on top. And so I think this veto just favors them massively.
It does favor them massively, especially Lyngby Vikings. Well, we're gonna start things off with Nuke, which is the map that they closed things out yesterday against Invictus on. The decider is Inferno, the second map that they won against Invictus. And well, the map pick from HellRaisers, I would guess they picked Dust only because they saw that yesterday Lyngby struggled a bit, and because it's one of their best maps, if not their best map. So for HellRaisers, it's pretty much perfect to play Dust. But the thing is, do you really believe that Lyngby are gonna allow the same thing to happen 2 days in a row? Because speaking about Nuke and Inferno, I'm pretty sure that Lyngby should be taking this one 2-1 if it goes to 3 maps. But do you think that they have the power to go for a 2-0 here against HellRaisers?
HellRaisers, Dust 2 is one of their best maps. They're really damn strong at it. I think that if Lyngby were to go ahead and take it 2-0, it wouldn't be Lyngby playing well. It would be HellRaisers having to play diabolically in order for that to even happen.
Yeah, I believe so as well. Although yesterday, these are the two teams that actually had struggles in their quarterfinals. The other semifinal is gonna be the one that in my opinion, is gonna be maybe the more interesting one, considering that both teams there managed to win in a pretty convincing fashion, 2-0 both their games. But here we have two teams that, well, they were supposed to win 2-0. HellRaisers, they were supposed to 2-0 Vex. At one point, they were close to losing a 2-0. In the end, of course, managing to recover on the second map and win the third easily. On the other side, Lyngby Vikings, they were supposed to just crush Invictus. Well, they end up losing the first map, and the second didn't start as good as they would hope to. So, at this point, it is really interesting to see how they fare. I'm gonna ask you this one question now. I'm not gonna ask you about your prediction about this one yet. Do you think that the winner of the tournament is in this match?
Ooh. I reckon so. I think Sangle are having a bit of an issue with consistency recently, as are Sinners. Both, you know, Sangle and Sinners have kind of found themselves in a bit of a slump. Both teams fighting their way out of it. Sangle having done so recently, Sinners still in the process of doing so. I personally think that it really is going to be down to, I think if Sangle win their game, then they're going to be in the runnings to win the tournament. If Sinners win it, then I reckon it will be the winner of this game to beat Sinners, because Sinners, they haven't quite found their recent form. They've still been playing well, but it's just not been the form that we're used to seeing from them. And I worry that the consistency might really play to their detriment here.
Well, it might. It really might, but the thing is that at this point, I believe that maybe HellRaisers, out of the 4 teams that we have at this point, I think HellRaisers are maybe the biggest underdogs coming into this one. Not because of pure skill or experience in the team, just because based on their recent form. Sango, they've been performing really well. They've played a ton amount of CS until the beginning of the calendar year. Same goes for Sinners, same goes for Lyngby Vikings. HellRaisers, not only they're the team in these 4 that has played the less Counter-Strike, they're the team that has been performing the worst out of them. So I believe that coming into this one, HellRaisers, they're gonna be quite happy, especially having the fact that Anarchist joined the team just 2 weeks ago, which is just far from enough time to manage to adapt to the game style of the team, especially when you're changing an IGL as well, knowing that JR was in fact the IGL before he stepped down. So for HellRaisers, I believe that so far they've done a pretty decent job. And well, Lyngby Vikings, this is gonna be the challenge that they need to prove to us and to our audience that they actually could fight for something better. Because I think Lyngby individually with Sango may be the best team here.
Without a doubt. And I do want to see how they fare, because Yeah, we saw that yesterday as well. NATO Safix, that man just popped off. He was incredible. Whether or not he can repeat the same today, that repeatability is everything. Do you think he can?
Well, NATO has been performing really well for quite some time now. For a couple of weeks, he's had a 1.21 rating, if I'm not mistaken, something like 75% cast, 1.2 impact. So I think he's quite used to performing on a high level at this point. Lyngby Vikings, of course, barely out of the top 30, but HellRaisers barely out of the top 30 as well. Both of these teams ranked HellRaisers 32, Lyngby 33 in the world, so statistically speaking, this is the closest matchup that we could get.
Without a doubt, and of course, ninth round about to finish. Let's see how either team fares. Moving ahead, and for the looks of it, will be the Vikings to decide what side to start on. Yesterday, of course, in the game against Invictus, it was the issue Lyngby had was they start every game incredibly well. The other team adapts, and then they end up in a moment where they're just a little bit lost, really. Not really knowing what to do, and I have to see if they're able to adjust just a bit quicker than they have been before.
Well, it is going to be one to look forward to. I really believe that Lyngby Vikings going into the final, they need, if they want to win the entire thing, as I believe they do, because NATO Safix, looking at his tweets, for example, I feel like he's really confident that they could win the tournament. And coming into this one, you need to show dominance. You need to end the first game as quickly as possible, only because the one yesterday was just tougher than it had to be. And this might have shaken their minds a bit, but in the meantime, let's see. Lyngby, they're gonna start on the city side on their map pick. As HellRaisers, they're gonna be the aggressors.
Without a doubt, now pushing on forward, it's going to be over from Sky. Here these players trying to barrel their way towards him. There's going to be a bit of an A-wrap coming through from HellRaisers, but everyone's going quick on the flank. Those rounds able to find things up by finding problem anchoring to get things off flash, but Frank able to find fashion follow up as well as Zanik is able to shut down blood from Sky. Follow-up push comes through though. Zanik is holding the kit towards heaven though, as we got Rouse from the flank from Squeaky just trying to catch out these members who's done great so far, able to catch out the first few. What will his teammate do? Well, NATO Sefix, who rains death from above. Zanik balls, it's all online. Rouse there to finish the job. And Lyngby Vikings, they find this pistol round.
Woo! Eminem is alive, baby. It is alive.
He is. We're not quite as awake as we could be because that 14-hour broadcast yesterday is definitely it's taken its toll. But we're warming to our theme.
You're gonna wake up. You're gonna wake up. Lyngby Vikings. They're onto a flying start. Rouse with the 4K. Surely not the person that you would expect to put up a performance. He's gonna drop the AWP towards NATO Safix in the first moment that he could. And well, on the other side, HellRaisers, on the back of the bomb plant, on the back of the 3 kills, they will be able to invest quite a bit. They're gonna go for the 3 AKs and the 2 Deagles 5, but let's see just how much damage can they do, and are they ready for the ult?
Let's see if that's the case. Timing. We wait to see how these players move on forward, as it's going to be HellRaisers to just shift on out, taking their way. Well, taking their time as they just inch towards outside. Nothing too substantial for the time being.
NATO Safix looking for an opening with the ope. Bird from Sky falling back from Secret, as Lyngby and as well as HellRaisers, they're taking a more defensive approach. None of the two teams wanting to over-aggress at this point. Of course, both of them playing for a full reset. And well, it is a force buy for HellRaisers, but if they make it work, the force buy from the side of Lyngby in the upcoming one is gonna be, well, it's gonna be only pistols. So at this point, they might as well want to utilize the big investment that they've made. Of course, having the AWP, having the M4. But let's see, as HellRaisers, they're gonna make their way towards the round where Rouse with the M4 is ready. He has the support of NATO Safix, so this might just work out perfectly. Rouse good for the first, going for the second and the third. And Rouse, there is NATO Safix, but well, he's gonna be needed only for one. Rouse single-handedly shutting down the entire push.
I mean, that is just, this is Rouse's game, to be honest. He's just shown up and he's annihilated all of them as they run straight into him. Great opening from him now. And we'll have to see just what else he has in store for us, as for the time being, get ready to move ahead. And for HellRaisers, Kalinka, he's just got to save. What else can he hope to do here?
Well, absolutely nothing. And the the worst part about for HellRaisers about this round is not that they actually lost it, is how they lost it. They didn't kill a single Lyngby Vikings member. Now going to the eco, this might be a pretty decent chance for Lyngby to build up economy early on, and this is exactly what you don't want to see if you're HellRaisers.
Exactly, and for the time being, it's going to be HellRaisers just trying to do the odd bit of damage here or there, just try and, maybe find the odd gun, maybe even save the AWP if they can try and swarm NATO Sapphics, but it's still going to be tough for the time being. Nades go out either way, set pieces go down. Let's see how they fare. Relaxing, this is initial shot. NATO Sapphics to respond though, as he annihilates Flourish there, taking his head clean off. I say clean off. It enters orbit, as for the time being, see how they fare moving forward.
At this point for HellRaisers, just a half investment. They're looking to do as much damage as possible as the AK is gonna fall. Kalinka not being ready for relax. Now the 3 versus 5. Bird from Sky doesn't want to take that fight with the MP9 from such a long range on the headshot angle, but Lyngby, they're actually looking really focused. Yesterday, one of the things that we were speaking about, they just seemed overconfident at some point against Invictus, and maybe this is what led to them losing him up. This is what led to them having given a chance to lose the second one. But now they're really concentrated, they're really focused, and HellRaisers, they're gonna need one hell of a miracle here to try and break the streak. Of course, this has been only the anti-force, the anti-eco from Lyngby. Now we're gonna have the full buy, now we're gonna have the open anarchist. And, well, yesterday, as much as HellRaisers' performance was shaky, Anarchist was just, whew, he was hot on his heels.
He was. He absolutely was. We'll have to see how they fare moving ahead in what's going to be the first substantial buy of this game for the most part. There is going to be that presence shown by HellRaisers. They have a semi-decent buy now. Let's see if it works out for them, because for the most part, I do fear that Lyngby Vikings, if they can shut them down early, then we're going to see that early game dominance which you saw yesterday.
Yeah. We absolutely could, but the problem of Lyngby Vikings, I saw that something similar is what has been happening to Team Extreme recently. Lyngby are pretty much the same. They start off games well. For example, it's not unusual to see them 8 or 9-0 in the lead, but in the end they struggle to close the half dominantly. And this is something that HellRaisers could capitalize on. In the meantime though, man advantage will go in favor of the Danes, as Bird from Sky, well, that peak wasn't timed well enough.
That initial peak, let's see how they fare pushing ahead. As for the most part, it's going to be a bit of an early showing, but nothing that extreme. And they're just Sapphics able to shut down Kalinka. Nice little opening there. A few nades go out either way. Follow up push, not quite going through though, as HellRaisers continue to just take this B site, and Lyngby, they're kind of letting them do so. Instead, they're looking to focus on playing retake. As the plant goes down, and as Lime agresses towards ramp here, he's going to be pushing into 3 members, all of which ready for him.
Let's see
swing wide. Oh, they would finish the job. Now the retake comes underway.
He had the timing for the first, didn't quite connect. 2-man advantage for the side of Lyngby. Still though, positions are good for HellRaisers, but as problem is gonna fall. Flarek, good only for the first. Fasher on the instant refrag, and Lyngby, they're gonna make it 4. Of course, HellRaisers on the back of the maximum loss bonus and on the back of the bomb plant will be able to rebuy fully without an AWP though, of course, unless Flarek decides to go for a glass cannon. But at this point, Lyngby, they're looking quite dominant, and I like the way that when they know that they have the man advantage, they're more than happy to play the retake, and they just stop challenging. NATO Sapphics, when they're in a 4v4, he aggresses, looking for the kill. After he gets it, he instantly falls back until his teammates arrive. And that just shows that Lyngby, they're concentrated.
That for the time being, the fact that it's not only concentrated, but disciplined as well.
Yeah.
Really disciplined to take a fight like that. For now, we're going to see these players back on our way, as wait to see just how HellRaisers push on their next buy. You know, with the credit of a bomb plant, it means we do see AKs come out. There's the odd bit of utility to support it. But for the most part, Lyngby are going to be more than happy to fight them no matter where HellRaisers choose to rear their heads. And just a second, we'll look to see this presence.
They are, and Lyngby at this point, they realize that HellRaisers don't have the AWP, they realize that HellRaisers don't have a lot of utility. Also, fakes aren't really what the HR side will be able to go for. And, well, one molly and one smoke aren't gonna drag any rotations or attention towards ramp at this point. And Bird from Sky playing this off angle that we've been watching time and time again for so long. Kim Fasher, well, he has other things on mind. With the combined forces of Relax and Bird from Sky, they're gonna just shut down the entire push from HellRaisers. They attempted the fake towards ramp, but, well, when you attempt to fake with just a molly and a smoke and no presence whatsoever on top of that, there is no way that Lyngby fall for it.
Exactly. Let's see how Larich fares alone, but he's alone without options, and as Fasher takes him down, it looks like Lyngby are going to open similarly to how we saw them open these previous games, where they just kickstart the game with just absolute, utter dominance, and they do so just now with what's going to be a very, very early push. And, well, we look at these replays, and HellRaisers, we see that they're able to do the odd bit of damage here or there, but they just never get the man advantage. And Ato, he's woken up, as has Fasher, as has Rals, and unfortunately for HellRaisers, we haven't really seen anyone rise to that platter just yet to try and do that initial bit of damage. We look at the kills on them as well. They've done negligible amounts of damage, considering we are now 6 rounds in.
It has been only 6 kills for 5 rounds played, which is far from ideal. And of course, Lyngby Vikings, as you said, they're just a massive snowball team. Like, if they get going, if they win the pistol, reset you on the force, win the eco, and even the first buy round, as in this case they won 2 buy rounds in a row, well, it is really hard to play against them. The hard part about them, well, it could come if HellRaisers manage to reset their economy, because as much as Lyngby are really good when things are going well for them, they seem to struggle a bit when they have someone fighting on the other side and when nothing is working on their side.
Without a doubt, for the time being, we'll have to wait to see just how HellRaisers fare. Once again, at a man disadvantage. And Nato, he's ready for some aggression. None comes, at least towards him for the time being. Instead, HellRaisers, they so shift around from Garage. And look at this positioning from Nato. It's a perfect read, knowing that they're going to try and push towards CT. So he waits for players to come his way. And for HellRaisers, what can they do here? What can they hope to do? As they're pushing straight into players who know that they're coming. The second they poke up their heads, it's just going to be the end of the road for them. Ralsei finds the first. Lime, he can trade. Lime actually a great follow-up onto Nato's Zafix there, as it goes 3-on-3, and suddenly he's going to be able to retrieve an AWP. But Fasher, he might look to time his aggression well enough to shut down that player. That he can. AWP no longer retrieved, and HellRaisers once again a man down.
They'll make their way towards that B bomb side though, but Bird from Sky has a perfect position. Bomb not quite planted towards him though, as he won't be able to deny it, but Relax taking down Problem, shoots him end around. Of course, J-Lime, he has armor, he has the AK, so he's still a threat. And they need to clear him. There's the flash though, it is perfect, and Bird from Sky gonna finish things off. It got a bit messy with the 2 initial headshots on the Deagle, but in the end, Lyngby, they're gonna make it the 6th on the board, saving the AWP, of course, is why they're slowing the defuse. And for the side of HellRaisers, not such a bad round, to be honest. It's pretty much ideal. They do a lot of damage, taking down 2 players, planting the bomb. They have the maximum loss bonus, so now they're gonna have pretty much the ideal buy that they would want.
And it's... At least HellRaisers moved to a standard lineup. This is probably their most convincing buy they've had so far.
Yeah.
But my worry for them is, what good will it do them?
Well,
as for the most part, it may be a rough start if they're not careful.
They have been struggling. They have been struggling, and losing the initial 2 buy rounds has shown that actually Lyngby, they're not just winning when there's pistols on the other side. And look at that from Bird from Sky. This is so smart, but are they ready for it? Do they spot him? And yes, they do. Lime gonna take him down. Fasher quick to drop into vents. Man advantage is acquired for the side of HellRaisers for the first time in this game. Let's see if they're gonna be able to convert it into a round window.
And we'll wait to see just how they fare moving forward. extreme just yet, but Fasher, he's losing his head to Kalinka there. A perfect opening. And now NATO ready for players to push down these stairs straight into him. He's in a one and done angle, which is optimistic to say the least. He's flashed away as Rouse finds problem. Lime, the flash is perfect. He rushes down NATO Savage to shut him down. It's all on Rouse to try and hold his teammates in mid-rotation, and he's good for one, but on low HP, that puts him down into a 1 versus, well, 2 versus 3.
Yeah, but Relax being just on the other side of the map, or on the other bomb side even, will just mean that they go for the safe call here. No reason to go for it. Yes, they have money, they could potentially do it, but, well, at this point for Lyngby, it is really important to make sure that even if they lose rounds like that, they don't reset their own economy. And saving guns is the best option. Yes, you could potentially go for the retake, it might work out, but although it's highly improbable considering you're in a 2 versus 3, so, well, correct decision here by the Danish squad. And HellRaisers, they're gonna finally win number 1.
That's the other fair pushing forward, and whether or not this is this chance to come back, or whether or not they're going to start facing that harrowing moment of a reset, we'll have to see. But I won't lie to you, Ted. I won't lie to you. I am still very scared for this HellRaisers side, just because they've made it this far doesn't mean that winning this round will instantly mean they can come back. They still have that awful possibility of being reset, and that may be a very harrowing prospect for them.
Yeah. Still, I agree. Still, winning 1 round doesn't mean that they are ready to make it all the way. It doesn't mean that they're ready to do it time and time again, because this was something, what they did in this round was something that they did for the first time. And, well, it might have worked, but Lyngby, they're a team that is really quick to adapt to what their opponents are doing. And we could see instantly, NATO Suffix, he's made his way down towards Secret with the AWP to try and deny a potential second play like that. And Bird from Sky, he is towards outside, he's ready for the aggression. Kalinka though, fast on the refrag, but Relax is there to shut down problem. As kills, they go left, right, and center, and we are down to a 3 versus 3.
Even man count for now as Ralph will shift his way on forward. He knows his players behind him. Will Flashy get the timing on that towards outside? It may not matter as Kalinka falls. Now Flarich from heaven. His location is suspected but not known as they wait for him to push it on down. Let's see what he has in store for us though, as for the time being. Anarchist scopes on in, ready for the aggression of Fasher as well. HellRaisers, despite being a man down, they do have a positional advantage, and, well, they punish. Anarchist quick to shut down Rouse as he follows up with a bit of a push, switching to the AK as well. But it's all down to Relax with 30 seconds left. They're going to have to commit to a site and damn fast. Lyngby, they're going to hear this rotation, and they're going to look to try and punish it as quick as humanly possible.
Basher, he's got himself a pretty upfront position. He might be able to strike as the bomb will go down. Anarchist, he's ready for that peek, goes for the fight, and barely manages to take it. Relax left in the clutch 1 versus 2, knows that one player is low, but does he know that he is behind him? Relax seems to have an idea that there's a player above, but still one more to find. And Anarchist, his position here is the game changer. Relax, he's good for the first. Does he know where Anarchist is though? Does he anticipate his position? There's a tap on the bomb, and well, Anarchist, he's played it perfectly. Only by positioning himself better, he manages to win number 2 for his side. And for Lyngby, yes, they still have money, they could still reinvest, but that was just second in a row, and it was a man advantage round. It was a 3 versus 2.
Let's see how they fare moving forward. As for Lyngby, I do worry because the reality is, even though they've been able to do a bit of, damage, now HellRaisers starting to gain some momentum. For Lyngby, they need to be scared. They need to start showing a bit more respect to HellRaisers once they get a man advantage. I want to see them back away. I worry as well that they've been a bit too passive towards outside, and HellRaisers, the last couple of rounds, have really looked to exploit that. As for Lyngby, they continue this kind of loose setup where there's a player towards outside, but all the way back. Yeah, both from Sky's all the way back towards Garage. He doesn't want to fight anyone who comes his way, and it means that HellRaisers do get to fight for outside pretty much uncontested, but they get a bit too aggressive towards this Garage position.
They get too aggressive, and HellRaisers so far have been utilizing that meta with the outside smokes to its full extent. We saw them going for the fake, playing towards inside after, but whoa, Fasher, he's just on the hunt. He doesn't care whatsoever, just dropping after problem in the vents, taking him down. Flaric though is there to fire back. The 4 versus 4 zone Fasher has managed to find himself an AK and will have Secret completely locked up, but again, HellRaisers, well, they have no interest in going for Secret. Yet again, they're gonna push towards Under Heaven.
But now as Lyme's able to shut down Fasher, it goes 4 on 3. Let's see how they fare pushing forward. Going for a bit more damage for now. Perfect flash from Anikes though as Raz falls. It looks like Relax from the flank will be able to be good for 1, but NATO Safix now, he needs to hold a solo versus 3 other members, all of which looking hungry for him. All of which, I mean, not even spotted him, just choose to back away nonetheless. And as he's shut down, this leaves him in an awful position where I think he just has to save.
He doesn't. This amazing economy that Lyngby had built up in the beginning has actually dwindled. And after this one, of course, on the back of NATO saving the AWP, they might be able to reinvest into this one, and they will be able to reinvest. But still, I think the time has come that Lyngby actually, when they see some proper opposition on the other side, they just start struggling yet again. We said that time and time again, they are a snowball team. They're a team that if they start good, and if they continue, they could just steamroll through the map. But
Without a doubt.
when someone on the other side is really fighting with them, they might struggle a bit. And at this point, they are struggling because the last rounds they haven't just been losing these. They have been losing them dominantly. And well, yes, they lost one versus 2, but still, despite of this, the other ones, they were just like this one. 1 player alive, 4 players alive from the HellRaisers side. And where do you go from there?
Exactly. Where do you go from there? And I like the fact they're going for this timeout. It means that they are paranoid of the fact that they could take a bit of early damage, and I'm glad that they know that they're at risk. But for the time being, it's nothing too substantial, and they can recover should they find this next round. But for HellRaisers, giving the momentum they just established, and giving how cleanly they're winning these rounds, we may be looking at a very, very close half, especially if the Vikings can't find a way to adjust soon.
Might, and well, in the moment that Lyngby might have wanted to switch things out and try and push the lobby to counter that outside aggression, well, HellRaisers, they go for the round play, and this is perfect. HellRaisers knowing exactly what counter Lyngby will try. Lime ready for the aggression towards outside, and just like that, 30 seconds into the round, HellRaisers find themselves in a man advantage. And, well, information advantage situation, as they pretty much have the entire map covered and are just waiting for Lyngby to make a mistake.
Absolutely. Obviously, they're moving ahead, and but now, let's see what they have in store for us. Again, a bit of a lull.
They are waiting for some upfront aggression, HellRaisers, but so far Lyngby, they haven't been giving them anything to work with. Instead, they're just gambling. They're gambling towards that A side, and this might work out just perfectly, but as I said, that Lime gonna take down Relax. Now, NATO Safix, he's in a pole position to try and win this round, but he's gonna need all 3 kills here as opposed to first. Not sure if he was spotted though, and I don't think he was, but now they know. Now they hear him, and well, NATO, it's gonna be pretty hard for him, but actually they didn't hear him. Anarchist goes down. Now NATO Safix in the 1 versus 2 has the HE. He's gonna deploy that. That does a lot of damage. In fact, he's gonna take down Lime, and now NATO. Does he know where the third is?
Let's see how they fare moving forward. And for NATO, it's 1 versus 1. If he can drop down and kill Flourish, that'll be horrific. And the no scope, it's close, but it's not quite enough. As he's taken down, it goes 6-4, and HellRaisers, they continue this win spree.
They do finally managing to reset the economy of Lyngby Vikings and potentially up for a 5th round. This one, it was a pretty close one, and we can see that the economy of HellRaisers isn't in the best of states as well, but well, in the end, Lyngby, they had around 10k a player, and at this point, they need to go for the eco, so this pretty much shows us that HellRaisers are back into this one. Now, how much damage can they do with the pistols? Fasher, good for the fires. There's the collateral though, and this one is a messy one. 3 versus 2 now. Lyngby only on the pistols, armors as well, but HellRaisers, they're left with only 2 to fight.
Now, and Lyngby, they may have actually arisen to something here. Again, Lime rotating back around towards Rat with his teammate. The one place that Lyngby don't really have covered, but they're in a position where they can rotate there very, very quickly. And NATO will be the man to shift on forward. See if he can do just that. And NATO, beautiful early kill, beautiful second kill, and just like that, HellRaisers find themselves refuted. As Lyngby, they cancel out that winning streak with a 7th, and they give themselves a chance to really just push on ahead.
Okay, that is quite a stylish way to get back into this one. Lyngby, after losing 4 in a row, well, they just decide that they want to go full crazy with the Desert Eagles and win a half buy. For HellRaisers, of course, this is a pretty big setback. We considered them to be on the right way to build up their economy, having given the fact that it was only the half buy the previous round from Lyngby. Well, what happened is the exact opposite. Now HellRaisers are gonna play with 2 Desert Eagles and with 3 AKs, but so far so good. They find the first refrag, Bird from Skydo, there to shut down Flaric. Lime is gonna go for the same, and Anarchist and Problem, the 2 men left in the 2 versus 4 early on in the round, with some pretty decent map control to work with, considering this upfront position from Problem. But, well, Lyngby, there isn't anyone nearby that they could punish, and Lyngby are completely aware of the possibility.
Yeah, a beautiful, beautiful opening, and well, even though they did the odd bit of damage for HellRaisers, they've got an AK on Anarchist to try and do the odd bit of damage, but my worry is that they're going to have to try and topple a Lyngby side, which is really looking quite confident. You need to bear in mind as well, this was Lyngby's map pick, so they're going to want to win this map convincingly to try and give a 2-0 potential, but for the most part, HellRaisers, every round they get, it's confidence for them to build, moving on ahead to what will end up being their next map pick.
Yeah, exactly. Especially after having some hard times in the past 4 rounds, winning those 2, or winning just the half buy, just skyrockets their mentality and their confidence. And at this point, if they manage to deny Anarchist and Problem, they're gonna feel really confident coming up to the next couple of rounds. But for now, let's see Anarchist spotting the first and the second player, doing some damage, still not connecting the headshots though, as he's gonna get smoked off. And, well, at this point, unless he finds something crazy through the smoke, there should be no chance for him or Problem to do something, as the bomb diffuser will come through Lyngby. They make it 8. HellRaisers, the force doesn't work out. Yes, they get the bomb down, but to what avail? Now they'll have to go for the half buy on their side as well, and this might potentially be 9 for the side of Lyngby, of course, if they don't choke against the pistols as well.
Exactly, and let's see if they don't, because the reality is these guns from HellRaisers are still very, very strong, and they cannot be underestimated. They're really just the ones to fear. As for the time being, it's going to be a bit of an early push, but from Sky, nice early shot to shut down Live. I think he went for a second there, teasing a bit of a push. Relax needs to be aware of the player behind him, but NATO's going to keep him covered. But now Blood from Sky's position compromised, but he's going to keep fighting. He's going to maintain some presence, and he's going to keep clicking on heads as Fasher protects Relax. Beautiful spout of teamwork there. As Lyngby, it looks like they're going to come out on top here. They've been, well, working admirably together. NATO and Blood from Sky both ring true in unison. And as Lyngby hit 9, for you, Ted, where's the part? How many rounds do you want on the T side for your game to still be standard?
Well, if this was all they nuke, like before 1 or 2 years, or maybe like 1.5 to 4 would have been perfect. But nowadays, I really believe that HellRaisers need to win these last 2 rounds. They need at least 6 to be able to fight with Lyngby, because the Danes, they don't depend only on just having a decent CT side. On the T side, they're as dangerous, if not even more. So for the side of HellRaisers, this is a pretty tough one. It is gonna be really hard to go out of this situation. They need even if they don't get 6, at least 5. At least 5 in the pistol. Otherwise, I don't really see how they're gonna cement their comeback, considering it is really hard to build up a sustainable economy on the CT side, and Lyngby, they know exactly how to counter that.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they fare. Again, if HellRaisers early outside control, this was essentially, this was their main way to get out. This was their main way to shut down these members. As for the most part, let's see how they push on forward. And outside control, that is what worked for HellRaisers. And Lyngby, it's not so much that they've lost outside, it's more they play a retake as a game style. And my worry is that in the rounds they've been winning, it wasn't from them figuring out how to beat HellRaisers outside control. It was winning individual angels when it came down to the sites.
Yeah.
And so for now, unless Lyngby try and change something to permanently hold outside, I think HellRaisers may have found their avenue of success towards outside. Kalenke will spot out Bird from Sky. Both players exchange a few blows, but it does mean that Heaven Control has been forfeited. And Bird from Sky does show some presence, but the reality is he can't fight fully. Sprouse, he'll look for a bit of info. Able to do so as he shuts down that member and able to get back up on top as well from Sky. Shuts down the other member. Confidence reeking from Rouse there. A miracle he was able to find that kill. His teammates on the A side will keep him covered. NATO from Secret finds Anikez, and Lyngby, that's going to be a 10th.
Well, what you said, HellRaisers, they had a lot of map control, but this is map control that consciously Lyngby gave to them. And this is a problem, because when Lyngby go for such a defensive setup towards outside, they fully realize that HellRaisers are gonna capitalize on it. And when HellRaisers look at the minimap in the middle of the round, they're in a circle just between Lyngby Vikings' players. And this could easily backfire. It did backfire here because Lyngby, they just start fighting from different positions at the same time. And this just leads to a detrimental as Bird from Sky Rouse, well, they feel like Lyngby should win 11 as Flaric, he's the one man standing at this point with minute 20 on the clock, and Bird from Sky with his third in the round is gonna shut him down. Lyngby, they make it 11, and at this point, well, do HellRaisers have anything to say about this map as well?
I worry, personally. I do, because Lyngby, the issue they had earlier, the issue they had when they were on their map picks yesterday, was that they would always falter in the latter stages of a first half. This time they haven't done that. They've remained dominant start to finish. They had a bit of a hiccup in the middle, in the mid round, but that's standard. It's going to have to be a very, very tough push ahead, and let's see what they can do for the most part. And yeah, we look at Lyngby right now. Every single player has had a staple round where they've just popped off.
Yeah.
And if you're HellRaisers, that's a reason to be scared.
Yeah, it is. And another reason to be scared is that actually Lyngby, they're giving this false sense of security to HellRaisers in these rounds when they're providing map control to them and just taking it away from them after. Which of course could be a bit devastating for HellRaisers, knowing that, well, at one point you're thinking that you have the upper hand, but it's just something that the opposition has given to you. As Fasher, he's quick to find it first. One in return, but the 4 versus 4 retake is on now.
But for now, I'll have to see how these teams fare moving forward again. Gonna be a bit of a few shots coming out either way. Fasher trying to shut down one of these members, unable to do so. There was probably notified Rouse on the other side of the map. Over for now, though. Fasher able to shut down Line, probably able to ring through. They just able to trade back onto him. Civil's down to Flourish now in a 1 versus 2. That bomb ticking on down. He doesn't have a kit, so he's gonna have to try and go for these aim duels. But the bomb isn't planted for Lyngby. It's the only thing going in his favor at the moment. So try to do the odd bit of damage wherever possible. Swings wide, tries to catch out the first member, able to do so now as a 1 versus 1 with NATO Sapphics. However, that bomb ticking on down, he doesn't quite have enough time, and unfortunately, it's going to be all that's needed for NATO to finish the job. And with that, it's going to be a 12th for Lyngby. As they make it 12 to 4 now, HellRaisers, they're going to go down to a really, really shaky buy. And if they risk going for a forced buy, then they're going to open Lyngby up to try and just take it to a fast 16-4.
Okay, I want to say only one thing after this one. My man Kremer isn't mumbling. This is pure rap. This is not mumble rap. This is pure rap. It's not mumble rap. It is pure one.
We're out of practice.
Yeah, HellRaisers, they're gonna go for the force buy, realizing, well, if they go for an eco and let Lyngby go to 13, it's pretty much done and dusted. At least for a nuke, as this is the map choice of the Danes. But for now, 1 scout, max 7 MP9, and 2 Desert Eagles, which are just waiting their while at this point. Lime, He's gonna find the first headshot. Man advantage acquired for HellRaisers, but can they close this one out? We've seen them time and time again losing crowns when they had the upper hand in the first half.
Well, see how they fare pushing forward. It's going to be probably able to shut down NATO to kick things off. Turning around, Rals will trade though. And with that, it's going to be a bit of a tough push for the time being. Again, as Ness Lull, Lime's able to find one of his own. It looks like HellRaisers may have finally slammed the brakes onto this early aggression from Lyngby. The question is, can they do so while keeping it cost effective? Well, Kalinka good for Rals. Follow-up kill will be there. Zanikez takes relax his head clean off his shoulders. And with that, HellRaisers, they hit 5th, and more importantly, they force Lyngby down to a really, really bad bye.
They do, and making this force buy work is pretty much their silver lining at this point, but let's see to what avail it will work. Lyngby, as you said, only pistols, one smoke, almost nothing to work with, but they have been dangerous with the Deagos, and it is up to HellRaisers to see how much chances do they give to them, because in a round like that, well, you could potentially win it on your side, but in order to have even the chance to win it, the opposition needs to make a mistake. If HellRaisers don't make a mistake here, there should be no way that Lyngby take this one. And Rouse, he's good for the first. Now the 4 versus 4, but a massive health advantage on the way of HellRaisers.
We'll have to see for the time being. It's going to be a bit of an early peak here or there. Zanikez will shut down Rals. It falls down to Relax and Bird from Sky to try to shut down these members. And for now, let's see what Lyngby can really do. Bird from Sky only 4 HP. You know, getting 1 kill, it's alright. 2's better, 3's perfect. And I think for now, Lyngby just going to have to settle for the 1. That's, well, never mind. Kalinka shuts down Bird from Sky. HellRaisers, they hit 6. And now it's down to Lyngby to go to a full eco and give HellRaisers a chance to play bonus.
Well, you said 1 kill's alright, but is it really alright? Considering it was a full force. It was not an eco. On an eco, 1 kill's alright. On a force, well, for HellRaisers, it's just ideal, but for them, they're gonna have the chance to stabilize their economy, which is exactly what Lyngby did in the early parts of the first half. And this is what actually made HellRaisers struggle so much, as now we'll see just HR using so much grenades that Lyngby, they're gonna have the feeling that there's no chance to do whatsoever. And, well, Kalinka, he's up for a fast 3k, one of which was his teammate Flowering, but that's gonna be everything for this round. As Lyngby, well, they're gonna be moving on to their first proper buy round from the second half, as HellRaisers are looking forward to actually put up a fight here.
Now, this is exactly all that is needed for HellRaisers, just to give themselves the momentum, to give themselves the confidence to pull ahead. And if Lyngby falter here, especially on their buy round, we might actually see HellRaisers in the runnings to potentially come back here and, more importantly, try to show what could be a 2-0 upset here. Bearing in mind, though, Lyngby, this is a standard Lyngby game where they have an incredible start, only to falter in the mid-game, and then clinch it when it comes through to the late game. For now, HellRaisers, this is their chance to build as much economy, as much momentum as possible, before Lyngby adjust. Or before HellRaisers adjust, my apologies.
The outside smokes have come through, and Fasher, he's gonna push towards Garage. Anarchist, he should be anticipating such kind of a play, but well, he is. Fasher going down. Of course, the focus from Lyngby, it is elsewhere. It is towards that B-bomb side. As problem, he's gonna fight Burn from Sky. Rouse though to fire back, and the bomb will go down in a 3 versus 4 scenario. Now, the position from NATO Suffix, it is crucial, but he needs to start playing, because Borowski is all on his own towards that B side. Going down, NATO is gonna fall to Flaric and Relax at this point. He just needs to save. There's nothing that he could do. Still hoping to cut off some rotations, some flanks from the CTs, but none are going towards Secret. And HellRaisers, they're gonna make it their 8. At this point, I want to ask you, do you believe?
I actually do, because these rounds have been dominant from the HellRaiser part. You know, they've really just not had any issue whatsoever when it comes to fighting. They've literally won almost every Angel they've taken, and consistently we see them find a early quick kill, followed up by what will be 3 or 4 members just winning their Angels. And I worry that if they'd found the pistol as well, we would already be tied up.
That is that is a pretty scary perspective if you're Lyngby, because coming into this one, Nuke is one of your best maps, maybe with Inferno. And you don't want to make it close. We spoke about this. Lyngby, they've struggled before to close out games that they should have no problems in closing, and this has affected them mentally, so they need to win their map pick convincingly. Of course, they're gonna go to Dust 2 in the second, and Dust 2 isn't necessarily their best map. At this point, if Lyngby let things slip away at this point, it could be a bit hard for them. Fasher, good for the first, good even for the second, jumping from top of mini. And just like that, things have changed. Lyngby, they have the upper hand. Relax with the second, but there is problem with the 2 on his own. NATO Sapphics to finally shut him down. It is a messy one for Lyngby, but it works. Finally, they break the winning streak of HellRaisers, but still their economy is just in shambles.
It's very, very messy, but nonetheless, they come out on top. We'll see how they fare pushing ahead and what's going to be a chance to either look to close out the map and reset HellRaisers properly, or what will end up being a bit more of a even match as HellRaisers. If they're able to win this game as well, it's going to be very, very tough to play.
It is going to be tough to play, and tactical timeouts, I can tell you, if the teams start playing round for round at this point, tactical timeouts will be coming in through after every single one. Because HellRaisers, realizing Lyngby are a snowball team, and they need only 3 more rounds to close out the first map. If they lose this one as well, their money is completely reset, which means that potentially Lyngby could go to 15, and HellRaisers then don't have a loss bonus on the back of winning so many in a row, which could make things really difficult for them. But nonetheless, this was a pretty messy one won by Lyngby, so HellRaisers, they're still in a pole position to win it. They're still looking fairly confident on Nuke.
But now we'll have to see how they fare pushing on forward. For now, it's going to be a bit of early damage as Lime shuts down Fasher. And once again, Lyngby go a man down. Let's see if that's something more of a permanent stance, or if Lyngby can pull it back. And for the most part, Relax, he's waiting for the aggression towards Lobby. None comes for the time being, though. Instead, it's going to be Lyngby, having shown presence towards Squeaky, to shift all the way back towards Lobby, and let's go for a straight execution towards the site, whether it be Ramp or Lobby, in an attempt to try and quelch this HellRaisers CT side, and more importantly, this HellRaisers buy, because frankly, this could be the only buy they have in them.
It could be. It could be the only buy that they have in them. And for Lyngby, even if they lose this one, doing maximum damage is the ultimate goal, but they could get reset on their side as well. And Flower going for that aggression. If he shuts down the initial player here, this might be huge. There's no one to refrag. Spacing again, not working wonders for the side of Lyngby. And Flowerick needs to win this duel. Goes for the pre-fire, doesn't connect. J-Lime there to shut down NATO and Relax. Bird from Sky, they have other things in mind. As now we're down to the 2 versus 2, but there's the aggression for Problem dropping from heaven. It is so messy. Relax on the refrag. Relax! Is he gonna connect to the second? No, he's not. Underkiss with the USP from behind to make it 9 for the side of HellRaisers. And Lyngby, they're reset completely once again.
That is horrific if you're on the side of Lyngby. Around that looked so close, just snatched away from you. And for HellRaisers, this is their chance to not only pull ahead, but more importantly, to build an economy and look to constantly harass down Lyngby to just try and take an early map. But now, Yuto goes out either way. Lyngby, they stack up towards Silo. Maybe they can just explode out somewhere, but with just Deagles here or there, all they can have to do is hope for the odd bit of damage.
They are, at this point, HellRaisers, they have won some rounds in a row, but still, their money isn't that great. So if Lyngby could find maybe 2 or 3, it could be ideal. Although HellRaisers, they don't seem too keen to challenge that. They realize what kind of a buy there is on the other side, knowing pretty well that this is their way back into it. Their way back into it is just to win every single buy round without allowing a bomb plant, which of course will force Lyngby to go for these half buys. But in the meantime, Fasher, he's gonna take down 1. And by that, at this point, it has already been made a pretty expensive one.
For now, we'll have to see how HellRaisers fare. Moving on towards outside. Flaric be hopping with an XM10. The rhythmic thumping to send Fasher to an early grave as well, Rouse, he'll try to take a teammate's position towards ramp, shifting on forward, looking to retrieve this M4. Able to do so, though, as Anikez will get ready for the aggression towards Hell. Nothing comes, and Lyngby set themselves up to approach this B site. But now, the plant will go down, the M4 will look to cover. We find ourselves in this 2v3, with both teams taking a moment to stagnate.
Yeah, but Flaric, well, he's just storming in through the door with the XM, taking down the first, denying the plant. NATO, he's gonna hope for the best, and he manages to find a bomb plant and a 4-kill NATO. Okay, Underkiss, that was too messy. That was missing the initial shots with the Deagles. I was like, there is no way that NATO Slapping just headshots him right now. But in the end, it is messy for HellRaisers, but it works. Although, now, we said it before the beginning. That was just the half buy from Lyngby. Now they're gonna have the big guns, and managing to get a bomb plant and 4K for HellRaisers, this is a full reset round. After winning so many in a row, this is just disaster.
Now we'll have to see how they fare moving forward, as it's going to be a bit of early presence shown. As smokes go down, Anikez able to shut down NATO Savix, and once again that's a man advantage for HellRaisers. Yuto goes down low to try and refute anything coming their way. Looks like Anikez will maintain this aggression.
He is, and he's been doing a lot of damage until they switch to the CT side. Lyngby, yet again, they need to play on a man disadvantage. There's a setup towards ramp. Anarchist flashed off the angle. Needs to be careful not to get pushed towards, and Fasher, he's gonna find Lime in the meantime. So this round, it is pretty much doable. Fasher trying to escape as Kalinka was looking forward to punish him, and Lyngby, they're just slowing things down at this point. Fasher finding himself a second. He anticipated the re-aggression from Kalinka, and this is huge. This has turned around the entire round, because now Lyngby, they could capitalize on outside just being completely free. There's not going to be a third player. They realize it, but what do they decide to do with that?
Now we'll have to see how HellRaisers fare. As Lyngby, they shift on forward, they make their way towards outside. And as they approach Secret, let's see what HellRaisers do.
And by the looks of it, this is going to be the A main split. The AWP is in heaven in Anarchist Flaric as well, but he might get caught out of position, and indeed he will. No way to fire back. Anarchist good for one, but only for that. And problem, just like that, well, he is in a massive problem in this scenario. His team completely ripped off the map. Lyngby are gonna make it 14, and HellRaisers are gonna have anything but an ITO economy.
As their economy goes down the toilet, Lyngby, not only they hit 14, but because they have simultaneously reset HellRaisers for the most part, this is their absolute opportunity to try and pull ahead and try to shut down these members.
Yeah, it is. In the meantime, keeping 3 players alive will, of course, kind of guarantee Lyngby Vikings that if they continue getting the bomb plants, it's going to be really hard to get reset. Because at this point, HellRaisers won so many rounds, simply on the back of doing so much damage and not allowing Lyngby to have a decent economy on the T side. Well, at this point, it is going to be nearly impossible to do that, as another tactical timeout is coming in through the HR side. What do you do at this point, Grummer? Do you force, or do you go for the eco and play for overtime?
I think they have to force, personally. I think that they just need to try and shut down Lyngby before they get even more momentum, because by the time they eco, they would have already given Lyngby enough momentum. And I think that because Lyngby's such a momentum-oriented team, you need to fight them every step of the way. And HellRaisers, I think, an eco at this point would actually just be suicide.
And on the back of that AUG as well, they're deciding to go for the full investment, but let's see how good it will work, because, well, they have a scout, an MP9, 2 Desert Eagles, and a Nova, which they could still do a lot of damage. Let's see what is Lyngby Vikings' approach in this one. And I'm afraid that this might be just a shut down rush towards that A bomb site, as they're gonna actually drop towards vents, And HellRaisers, they don't have the utility, they don't have the money for the Molotovs, so there's no way for them to deny that. That is such a smart call from Lyngby. But from Sky, he's gonna find the first of Rouse. He has the rotations. Only one is enough here for Rouse. Taking their attention away, there's the first headshot. In the meantime, Rouse and Fasher, they're gonna continue. Rouse with the second, and just like that, well, Anarchist is on his lonesome, but the bomb has been planted towards B. Him finding this initial kill onto NATO is just gonna give him the chance to save the AWP. And Lyngby, they're gonna make it 15, and wasn't that call a smart one?
Without a doubt. Anarchist is able to shut down Browse, but it may not mean anything. As he backs on away, he's got Fasher to worry about. He's going to make his way back up towards Secret. And for Anarchist, saving this orb was all he could hope to do. He's done a great job trying to shut down these members, but what good does it mean? As for now, it's going to be a 15th for Lyngby. Saving the orb's good, but we'll have to see what damage it does moving ahead as the HellRaisers, their buy, it will still be shaky with the MB9s, Deagles, the dropped fam assets, and not a good buy. There's a lackluster utility, and for Lyngby, this is their chance to close out the map.
And that was such a smart way for Lyngby to approach this one, because if you're HellRaisers and you have such a broken buy, you don't necessarily anticipate the T's to go for a rush that they usually go when they're on an eco to try and get the bomb down. But Lyngby, being completely aware that there's no money on the other side, they're going for the same because they know that there's no Molotovs to stop them. But this time Live, he is there with the Desert Eagle and he gets the double headshot with it. Goes for the third. Live, what is he doing? How is that even possible? The 3K with the Desert Eagle. And now the 2 versus 5. Fasher and NATO Sapphics.
Let's see how they fare moving forward as, well, Anarchist shuts down Fasher. That's the 11th for HellRaisers, and they find the round. It may be one bit too late, but they still show a bit of presence, and that's still their chance to pull ahead.
They do, saving these AKs as well. Now they're gonna have the full buy. They could drop one weapon to roll them. They're gonna have full utility. And, well, Lyngby going for the second same round in a row. I kinda like it, only because it's not necessarily something that HellRaisers would expect, but... Well, if you're Lyngby, how do you prepare for Lime going for the 3K with the Deagle?
Let's see how they fare pushing ahead, and honestly, for Lyngby, at what point do they have to... At what point would they do pushing ahead? I think that for the HellRaisers, they're just going to have to try and take these aim duels. I think the issue with Deagle kills like that is you can't repeat it.
Yeah.
For now.
That's just the moment when you depend on you rely on one player doing such an amazing play, and in the same time, Kalinka, he's just going to burn to death to the Molly of Relax problem. Good for one, good for the second. Not before the NATO Sapphics fires back. Lime, yet again, the main man, the guy that won them last round, but can he do it again? As Lyngby, they decide to slow down, and we're down to the 3 versus 3. He's gonna find Bird from Sky to open things up. And Lyngby, with 30 seconds to work with, where do they go from here? Well, they go straight in the hands of Lime, but they need to take him down. If one of them falls here, this is gonna be just a round over. Only 20 seconds to go. Ooh. Okay. Alright.
Oh, alright. Alright. Well, it goes down, and well, Xanakas, he's good for 1, left for Relax. 1 versus 2. He's out of time, and well, Anakas, he wins the round. Relax might not even be able to survive. He's able to get the AWP. Anakas falls, but the HellRaisers losing an AWP over winning a round is a decision they'll take any day of the week. They come ahead, they make it 12, and they look to make it a bit damn closer now as Lyngby move to what will be a awful bye.
It is gonna be pretty much that, but they decide to go for the full investment at this point. They want to capitalize on maybe HellRaisers not having the best economy, but despite of not having so much money in the bank, they have the best buy round that they could wish for. So For Lyngby, it is quite the risk here to go for it, but of course it will allow them to have 2 buy rounds until ulti on paper. So it is a nice decision, especially on the back of saving the AWP in the hands of NATO. Although early man advantage will go in favor of HellRaisers. Anarchist missing the initial shot, missing a second one. Anarchist uncharacteristically so, and well, this will cost his teammate.
Actually able to find one burst from Sky. He'll be there to respond. As he goes 4 on 2. For HellRaisers, do or die now. And Flarich, he'll push his way in towards the lobby. Instead, take a moment to lull. They'll boost up towards heaven, and it's a way up for Flarich, but what good will it do? With this 50 seconds to play with Lyngby, they know anywhere they go can be, well, easy to push ahead for. And it's going to be a bit of a lull. Again, Lyngby Vikings, 2 players low HP. It's a winnable round for HellRaisers, but we're going to need to see some, well, we're going to need HellRaisers' aim to be true. As for now, it's going to be a bit of a push. And, well, Flarich shuts down blow from Sky. The remaining players from outside. 25 seconds left as they congregate towards Secrets. Kalinka, does he hear it? Yes, he does. Pushes his way down towards Vents, hearing the oncoming players.
But do they hold?
Yeah, 3.
Do they hold it? Well, they don't. They just molly him off. Now they hear him burning, and he's low HP. Kalinka, if he finds one in this situation, that's just ideal. And he might be on his way to do it through the smoke, doing so much damage. But still, the 2 versus 3 man disadvantage. And for HellRaisers, this is going to be one hell of a tough retake, as Flary, he's going to make his way from a ramp where Fasher, though, is ready for him.
Flashing it for 1. Kalinka trades 1 versus 2 now for Kalinka. Make his way out from ramp. NATO Suffix in midair will finish the job. And despite how close HellRaisers make it, Lyngby Vikings still come out on top with this first map of Nuke. You don't go anywhere, folks, because in just a moment we'll return with the second map in this series, where HellRaisers will attempt to respond to Lyngby with a map of Dust 2. Fills up in Newcastle Crummer 3. I've been joined by Ted. We'll be back momentarily with Game 2. Hello, 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 and welcome to Map 2 as HellRaisers attempt to come back after a 16-12 defeat against Lyngby Vikings on Nuke. It's going to be a close one, and this could potentially be a 3-mapper if we were to get anything from HellRaisers. It's going to last a form of this first game. Of course, I'm your caster Crema 3. I'm joined by the wonderful Ted CS as we talk you through this dusty wasteland and what's going to be an absolute bloodbath.
Ooh, that's actually one that I'm pretty intrigued to watch. We saw on Nuke, well, it was kind of sloppy for the side of Lyngby Vikings. For a moment there, it looked like HellRaisers could fight back, but in the end, Lyngby closing out things. Of course, ladies and gents, we want to remind you that actually Lyngby, they're pretty much gonna have the chance to qualify themselves for the finals here. If they win, of course, Dust 2, it is the home turf of HellRaisers. It is their second best map after Train, which Lyngby Vikings removed. And, well, it is actually quite the statement here from Lyngby. And I'm gonna tell you why. I want to take you through statistics. Actually, Lyngby Vikings have their second best map being Train. But, well, they didn't want to play Train against HellRaisers. Instead, they wanted to play Dust, where we saw them lose yesterday, of course, in their quarterfinal against Invictus. They have a 33% win rate. On Train, they have 75. So, for Lyngby to prioritize playing Dust 2 instead of letting HellRaisers beat Train, what does that tell you? Does that maybe tell us that, well, Lyngby, they might have something pretty special installed for HellRaisers here?
Absolutely, and for the time being, do you think that if HellRaisers win this, they have a chance on Train, or do you think that this is going to be Lyngby's kind of map where they take it, they know they're going to lose it, then they push ahead?
I believe that Lyngby might have something here. I think Dust 2 for Lyngby, it's a bit of a pocket pick, let's say. It's something that they're alright to play it. It's not their go-to, but now that they have removed Train, because I would guess that if a team removes Train, it would have been HellRaisers, not East Lyngby. Now that they have removed Train, this makes me feel like they might actually have a statement to make here on Dust 2. Of course, Dust 2 being one of the most dynamical maps in the map pool, being a really aim-heavy map, it is the home turf of pretty much every single CIS team. We saw that yesterday in Invictus, they were extremely good. We know all of the teams, Force, Windstrike, Navi, Avantgarde, every single, now Virtus Pro of course, every single CIS team is strong on Dust 2. Because, well, CIS players, they are pretty sick gamers, and I'm looking forward to see how Anarchist will utilize his AWP, because he was quite sharp on Nuke, but, well, Lyngby managed to find a way to neutralize him there. Is this gonna happen here, though?
Without a doubt, and you know what? I think it's going to be a pretty tough position for the time being, as for now, I think that HellRaisers, no matter what, going into Game 3, they've lost this game in the veto, simply because we know how strong Lyngby are when it comes to Inferno, and we know that HellRaisers are going to have a really tough time fighting them on it. You know, these teams are evenly ranked, but when it comes to just experience, you know, we look at it for HellRaisers and Lyngby. Both teams have played 15 and 14 times on Inferno. Lyngby 67% win rate, HellRaisers only 50. They're good, but they're not Lyngby good. We look at Dust 2 as well. Lyngby having only played it 6 times, they've got a 33% win rate. HellRaisers 14 and with 60% win rate. This is HellRaisers' map. It just is, but it may not matter because Lyngby, they just take it as a chance to rest, recuperate, and then go to Inferno.
They do. I mean, at this point, Lyngby, they should be pretty calm. They should be pretty calm because they won their map pick. They know that Inferno is their second best map after Nuke. And yesterday, when they played Invictus, they lost. But still they managed to put up a fight. At one point, we were thinking that they win the entire thing. They won the first half 10-5, if you remember, against Invictus. So they had a pretty decent start. And this too is one of the maps that I believe if Lyngby get more keen on trying to learn this too and prioritizing and making it not necessarily their best map, but as we said, just a pocket pick to have, it could be pretty good for them, considering they are a snowball team. they're a team that relies a lot on momentum, and Dust 2 is just the perfect map about a team for a team like that. Because on the T side, for example, being so dynamic, you could just steamroll your way through the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Without further ado, that we move over to the 9th round, and Ted, I'm gonna throw it to you. Do you wanna give us a prediction here?
Well, oof. You know what? I'm gonna say I think this is going 2-0. I think this is going 2-0 in favor of Lyngby, and my prediction will be 16 to, let's say 16-11. I don't think it's gonna be a one-sided one, because Lyngby they're just struggling to close out maps one-sidedly. But what do you think?
I'll say 16-8 in favor of HellRaisers. I think HellRaisers, they take this map. We know this, but that's to what avail for the most part. I think unless Lyngby really upset, because Lyngby, they don't shy away from a double up setup. So honestly, Dust 2 they can do damage on, but it's just not their map. So let's see if it works out for them.
And well, ladies and gents, for those of you that don't know, this is not us on your screens. So there's no delay on our voices. It's just not us that you're seeing. It's our beautiful Russian colleagues, Sandman and Lexonic. So yeah, and Lexonic is maybe the future husband of Kremer as well. You have something to say about this one? Creme de la creme? Creme creme? And he's just left me hanging. He's just left me hanging. Well, I think that cements it. They are gonna marry one day. Of course, guys, we are ready to begin with the biz around here. Lyngby Vikings on the city side, HellRaisers as the aggressors, as they're making their way towards top middle. Lyngby not investing too much in utility. 4 armors, 1 defuse kit, and 2 flashes in the hands of from Sky. As HellRaisers, they're gonna make their way fast towards that short area. Where Lyngby, they're gonna hear all of this and they're gonna be ready to welcome them with open hands towards that A bomb site. There's the shots going left, right, and center. Still nothing connecting, but as I say that, Relax, good for the first. Fasher as well to strike on the second. Fasher with the third. Relax with the second as well. And just like that, Kalinka, well, he's left in a 1 versus 5 as quick as possible. Nothing that he could do from this scenario. All 5 players towards that A bomb site, and it's just a complete and utter shutdown and denial.
Well, that's definitely a way to open up the game. Yeah, tell you what, the second you started talking, I thought, you know what, I can subtly, quickly fix my mic, make sure that it's, all sorted.
Oh,
second I do that, you throw me a question. Yeah, I'm trying to plug my mic back in.
Yeah, I was like, this has happened for the 2nd time now, right? Yesterday it happened again. Every time I try to ask you a question, you're fixing your mic in it. Yeah. So you heard my question though? Did you hear it?
I did, and you know what? I think if we could get past the language barrier, then Lynxonic, he would be a perfect wife for me, or husband. Yeah, I'm willing to make that leap if it means.
You know, it's 21st century. It is 21st century, so
it could be great.
Yeah, you can be both in the same time.
I can make dinner. It would be great.
Yeah, yeah, you can talk about CS.
Someone's talking about how one of our colleagues used to say moreover all the time. Here's the thing with
you
casters.
just transformed this stream into Tinder. You realize that?
Someone speaking about another caster. We have something called crux phrases.
Waifu.com.
Yeah. We got someone talking about other casters. And so yes, casters have something called crux phrases, which are phrases that we know sound good and we fall back on every time we struggle to think of something to say. It's not that we don't know what to say, it's trying to say it spontaneously and with flow. So if we know something works, we'll just fall back on it. And unfortunately, sometimes people pick up on what we say, well, being one of them. Well, with that, it's going to be a push out towards me. As Rousel looks to defend this early push. Does a bit of damage either way, but Flarish comes out on top with a quick 2k as it goes 3-on-3 now. Problem ready to try and fight towards mid, but nothing comes his way for the time being. Instead, it's Kalinka to find the first kill. Kalinka good for 2. Problem with the third, and HellRaisers, they come out the gate swinging. Their first full buy, it bears fruits as they make it a first round.
They will indeed make it a first, and by that, not fully resetting the economy of Lyngby as the Vikings, they will be allowed 1 more buy round to go with, but no AWP will be available for NATO Suffix, well, as I said, that he's gonna go for the glass cannon. He doesn't really care. Of course, Dust 2 is one of those maps that you could potentially prioritize having the AWP instead of these like extra grenades. Nades could be something that you work without, but at this point, Anarchist, well, headshots just isn't something that he could work without, and he'll find an issue 2 kills. Now, at the same time though, Lyngby, they have pushed all the way towards despawn from B, and they know this B-bomb site is completely free.
Now we'll have to see how they fare, because for now it's going to be a 2-man disadvantage, and even though Relax is on a bit of a substantial flank here, he may be caught out by Kalinka, who may not even be watching long, but he might still have the timing to bless him nonetheless. As Relax, there you go, he strikes, he finds the first. Let's see what more he can do.
He is aware of a player holding middle, so not over-aggressing for now. This might be the correct decision. Oh, and timing. The timing is everything in this fight. Relax. If he manages to make his way out of there, that is going to be huge, and indeed he will. There's no refrag whatsoever from HellRaisers, and now they realize they have nothing to work with. They need to commit to that A-bomb side, but in the meantime, Relax going for the re-aggression towards middle, Kalinka to take him down. Now they can go back. Now they can go for the rotation. Rouse, he is quick to go towards CT, but NATO Suffix on the side with the AWP. Gonna find the first, not quite the second. Now realizes there's a player coming in from short as well. NATO, he needs to win this fight. He's gonna miss the shot, and it will cost him. Kalinka is gonna fight both of them. And HellRaisers, they level things up.
Beautiful stuff by, well, beautiful stuff by HellRaisers there as they pull on ahead, and as they make it seconds, they force Lyngby down to an awful buy, which they plan on punishing. For now, let's see how they fare moving forward. As for Lyngby, the eco will comprise of the odd smoke from Sky just to sell that it's going to be a bit of a stack towards B. They might just catch out the odd member wherever possible, but for the most part, this should be a very fast round. Oh, those nades are horrific, and the AKs should just finish the job here. Good stuff from HellRaisers, and with that, it's going to be free.
Lime and Problem are really happy with this one. We know Lime, he had a bit of a slow start here, but he's usually one of the heavy hitters on the side of HellRaisers, and getting these 3 initial 2-3 eco frags might boost your confidence, and we might see just Lime's performance skyrocket on the back of these ones, as his team, well, his team needs it. His team needs it. HellRaisers realizing this is do or die for them, this map. If they lose it, they're just out of the tournament, meters away from the finish line, and Lyngby yet on another buy round without the AWP of NATO Suffix.
Now, few shots are out either way, and Lyngby, they don't really have the utility to fight, and they know that as they back away. Now flashes go out towards short. They take their mate on forward. Let's catch out the other member however possible.
Basher playing towards Goose. They're actually going for the double bait. This is something that we saw yesterday from them against Invictus, and it worked out. Yet to see if it's gonna work out today as well. There's the smokes, there's the flashes as well. The short execute is on. Now they make their way towards the side. 2 players jumping towards CT. Flower to take down Burr from Sky. And are they gonna be ready? Well, Fasher, he is ready for the first. Not quite for the second though. As Lime, he's gonna take down both of them with him. And this might just cement the save from Lyngby Vikings. HellRaisers looking sharp. And they realize that Lyngby have a weak buy. They realize that they don't have a lot of grenades to fight back. They don't have AWPs. So they don't actually need so many grenades to clear out middle. They might as well just play it defensively, be silent, save up utility, and when they explode towards that A-bomb site, there is no time for fast rotations. Which means that if HellRaisers don't find, or rather if Lyngby don't find the initial 2 or 3 kills, they're just done, and they need to go for the save.
Without a doubt. And for now, let's see how HellRaisers fare pushing ahead. And for now, as it goes 2 on 3. see what they have in store for us as Lyngby. They go for a very bad buy. Around these weapons, they might be able to drop the odd rifle, but for the most part, it will just be deals around the board. They realize the emphasis that's placed on the utility on this map, and instead they just back away. Understandably so, as it's going to be a very, very tough position ahead for Lyngby, as HellRaisers will look to propel themselves ahead to make it 5.
They will, of course, for Lyngby, this isn't a buy round. That isn't a partial buy that couldn't do damage. They still have the 2 M4s, they have the upgraded pistols in the utility, and we've seen them win rounds like that before. Let's see though. HellRaisers being just aware that some aggression needs to come through from the CTs. And again, by the way, managing to capitalize on middle control without using too many utility on it. Something that HellRaisers have read perfectly. They know that when Lyngby have weaker weaponry, they're just concentrating towards these bomb sites. They're just leaving middle completely open. And you can see they don't even smoke Xbox. They just go on shift towards middle so that they have that chance to catch Lyngby by surprise.
We'll have to do it without a doubt. We'll have to see how they fare. As for now, HellRaisers, they make their way up. Sure, they get ready for the standard execution, and Lyngby don't really have a way to respond for the most part. Yuto goes out, but from Sky, he'll look to push on forward. Let's take out some of these members as nades land around him.
Perfect Sky for now, just blank around the smokes. He's gonna call for the rotation. He knows that short isn't gonna be the full commitment, and the overlay just lagged.
Yeah, my clean feed went down as well.
Yeah.
Hey, clean feed.
Hey! What a best! What a best! There couldn't be a best moment for this to happen, right?
How hard is our producer panicking? That should tell us. Just it's gonna be up soon.
I can't even speak anymore. Like this is standard stuff.
Your English is connected to the clean feed. The clean feed goes down. You can no longer speak
Yeah,
English.
my English goes down as well. Can I go to Bulgarian already?
Switch to Bulgarian. I can't switch to anything. I'll keep speaking English, but it's all right. We got the duo.
Well, ladies and gents, we hope that. Okay, they told us from production. They told us that everything should be back soon, so we shouldn't be taking.
Should didn't sound very convincing to me. They didn't sound very convinced of that. But hopefully it'll be back in a moment. Let's see. Oh, it's back. It's back. Okay, we're okay.
I'm resetting. I'm resetting it. Okay. Is it? Is it? Is it? Oh, okay. We're back. We're back. Lyngby Vikings down 2-5. And a man disadvantage. They have the AWP in the hands of NATO, but Relax nonetheless has fallen down. They actually have the double AWP. Bird from Sky has went for the second op.
Now, the two going either way. Relax having already fallen puts them in a rough spot. Now let's wait to see how he fares.
Rouse though, Bird from Sky, he's gonna find a second, and Lyngby, they just completely shut down the push from HellRaisers. Anarchist all alone in a 1 versus 4 with his AWP. At this point, if you're Anarchist, do you go maximum damage or do you just save the AWP to try and stabilize your economy? Well, he's gonna kind of try and do both, just holding the angle, hoping for the best and saving his op into the next one. Lyngby, finally, they break the streak of HellRaisers and they're gonna win a third. It is a much needed one, and not only the round win, but the way that they win the round. Just being
Exactly.
such a dominant win with 4 players alive, it will help them not only save the double AWP, have those initial AKs, have the grenades, have the defuse kits. They're gonna pretty much have a decent enough buy to fight with the full one on the side of HellRaisers. And on top of that, they might start building up their economy.
I'll see how they fare pushing ahead. And for the time being, it's going to be a bit of a shaky buy either way, but will not matter. As HellRaisers are going to look to try and topple Lyngby despite the fact they don't have too much economy at all. So if they are caught out, then they can be in a world of hurts. They should be okay for the time being. Again, take a moment. There's a bit of a pause as we wait to see who comes out on top, but for the most part, it's going to be Lyngby. Just jump across these doors, look to catch out the odd member wherever possible.
Word from Sky needs to be careful. This is a pretty tricky jump spot to go for. It could be dangerous, but at this point, HellRaisers, they're not capitalizing on that. By the way, something that is pretty interesting for me, Lyngby, they're actually not playing the heavy bomb site stack setups only when they're with pistols and without grenades. They're not sending a player towards middle whatsoever.
That down as we wait to see just how HellRaisers fare moving forward. It's going to be a double setup towards Goose from Lyngby to try and be a bit passive, but for the time being, it's going to be relaxed to spot these players coming out towards the mid. Try and do damage wherever possible. There's 951 Fasher there to trade. There's no response towards mid as they start to bolt their way up from short. Instead, center side Fasher continues his tyranny, shuts down Larich as well, looking for more. Pokey said back up. The molly forces his hand, but it does not matter. Anarchist goes down. There's one player left towards Goose, and right now Fasher, he is an immovable rock to just shut down anyone who dare come his way. Elsewhere, problem is able to catch out Relax, which will bait a rotation, but as the rotation comes through, they'll spot out this bomb and realize that problem, his only hope will be to save.
Indeed it will. As Lyngby, they're gonna make it 4, and the double AWP, it has been working out wonders for them. But we're used to seeing that. We're used to seeing teams, especially when they struggle on the city side, as soon as they get the double op, it just opens up so much space. And when you have it working properly, like when you have your opers getting the initial peak, it's really hard for the teams to fire back, because usually what you do is just you place your opers in positions that they're really hard to refrag after. They get the initial shot, for example, this position from NATO. How do you refrag that? He gets the first, he goes back. No refrag potential whatsoever. And HellRaisers, this is something that was helping them to win the initial rounds. Them just having really good spacing, but when there's ops on the other side, it is really hard to have nice spacing.
Without a doubt, and this will play for their detriment if we're not careful, as we'll wait to see just how these players fare moving forward and what's going to be not showing here or there. Nothing too substantial though. These players get ready to just peek over this corner and try to shut down the other member wherever possible. Now in a 5-on-5. Let's see how he fares moving ahead.
It is a slower approach so far from the T's. Just trying to put up some pressure towards both sides to slow down the rotations, but none are coming. Lyngby, they haven't moved the muscle, and they look ready for this long play. They look more than ready as NATO. He's gonna aggress, and he's so close. The flashes might not even catch him. Going for the peak with the op. He needs to land the initial shot though. There's a player boosted on his left, so he'll get immediately refragged if he doesn't land it, and this is a tough position. Has the molly though. NATO landing the quick scope, landing the second while being in the molly and being full blind. This is extreme from NATO, Sapphics, and Lime. He thinks that the side is clear. He has no idea.
And Buff from Sky is more than ready for him. Timing, it doesn't even matter. Fasher shuts him down. Shots are out either way. As Buff from Sky shut down Anikez, all on Kalinka now. 1 versus 4. And from Gandalf, what can he do here? He's only got 5 seconds left. He might just look to save at this point. Yeah.
He might get killed after the time, which will be just heartbreaking. And by the looks of it, okay, they're not gonna commit to it. Lyngby, they realize this is a pretty good way to build up their economy, but if you're NATO Sap, how do you do that? Look at that! Look at it! He's blind. He is blind at this point. We see what's happening.
Incredible.
We see what's happening, but his screen is just white, and he does that. He even flicked to him. Did you see that? That's
That
insane.
was pretty damn impressive.
Woo. And HellRaisers, they feel the pressure. They go for the tactical timeout, realizing if they lose one more, they reset. Which, maybe 5 rounds ago, wasn't even considered a possibility. Like, HellRaisers had such a stable economy. At this point, though, they might be in a lot of trouble. They might be in a lot of trouble because since the moment that Lyngby got the double AWP, they're actually pretty scary. And this setup, this bomb site heavy setup that they're using to focus themselves towards B, towards long, just leaving short, leaving middle, it has been working so far. And now they decide to switch things up. And Rouse, they might not be ready because there hasn't been a player towards middle for this entire game from Lyngby Vikings. Rouse getting the first, hearing the second. Lime, good for the refrag. And now we're on to the 4 versus 4. But are HellRaisers gonna be aware of 2 players being towards mid?
It's going to be a hard push for the time being for these teams. As for HellRaisers, they just try to do the odd bit of damage wherever possible, but it's nothing too substantial just yet. We'll wait to see just how they play, pushing on forward.
Lime making his way up Xbox. Does From Sky spot him? Yes, he does, deploying the smoke to try and delay. And this heavy long presence that Lyngby have had in the previous rounds, it is just cancelling HellRaisers from being brave. Look at how much time they're taking. Of course, this might work out just perfectly after the smokes go down, because there is actually no one to contest towards that A bomb side. And if From Sky falls towards short, which he will not, that was gonna be the save. But From Sky getting that kill, that will allow them to play for the round, and it will allow them to have a massive advantage going into this one, because after getting the bomb down, HellRaisers, they're gonna have no map control whatsoever.
Now it's a little bit of damage done either way, but it's going to be a tough hole, and it's going to be a tough ask for the moment, as now it's going to be a bit of damage here or there. And I think for HellRaisers, as they aggress towards short, they're going to have to worry about Lyngby Vikings, whose presence from long is almost instantaneous. They jump down to CT, trying to aggress on further. A beautiful read by Flourish, good for 1, good for 2. 1 versus 1 with NATO, he comes out on top. And HellRaisers, they make it a 6th from absolutely nothing there, as they come up and they come forward, shutting down Lyngby Vikings in a 2v3 retake, all at the hands of Flourish. Beautiful read by him there. Beautiful response to that long aggression.
You know, that was just your casual FPL play right there. Your casual faces play right there. Flowering just getting his knife out, jumping towards CT like an absolute madman, but in the end, it works. HellRaisers, they break the streak of Lyngby, but look at that Fasher. Good for the first. There's the refrag from From Sky, and just like that, well, the upcoming round has collapsed for HellRaisers, as walking out of the smoke isn't necessarily the best way to get rid of relax.
Exactly, and well, it works. But now HellRaisers, 2 players are standing in an attempt to hold, as Anikez will shift forward on short, trying to find this first player. Unable to do so though, as instead it goes 4 on 2. Spotting out Anikez, will dink him down. Still no kill for the time being.
From
that,
Sky
Lyngby.
and
Beautiful
Ross.
stuff.
Yep, they're gonna finish things off. At this point, I want to throw it to you. Do you think that Lyngby could win it 2-0? Because you said that we're going to a 3-map right here.
Yeah, I think if Fasher keeps this form, and if we see, Native Savix continue to do incredible stuff with the Zorp, then Lyngby could take this 2-0. Granted, it'll be a tough ask. It'll be a very tough ask, but I can see it being doable.
You know what I'm thinking about right now? I'm thinking about how Lyngby actually won their T side against Invictus yesterday in a 10-5 fashion. That's what I'm thinking about. Just how Lyngby are actually better on the T side on Dust. And at this point, HellRaisers, they might have something to be scared of. Of course, this is going to be the half by rush towards short. NATO good for the first, misses the second, but there is Fasher from the side to support. And just like that, every single kill is going so far in the way of HellRaisers. But problem, well, he might have something to say in that matter, as he's gonna finally fall to the hands of Bird from Sky. Lyngby, they make it 7. And for HellRaisers, if they continue struggling like that, Lyngby might as well just steamroll through this entire map.
Without doubt, and unless HellRaisers can... I think HellRaisers, they need about either 7 or a victory in this first half to really just threaten Lyngby. If Lyngby take this 9-6, we've seen how strong they are in pistol rounds. They're going to be in a perfect position to really look to solidify a lead.
And the point is that Dust 2 might be, if you had to choose one map in the entire map pool that is decided more than the others, wouldn't you say Dust 2 or maybe Vertigo? But Dust 2, it is still there. It is still there as the most decided map in the map pool. Or maybe it is balanced, but still the freedom that you get on the T side, the chance to dictate the pace. And HellRaisers, they're not using this one. They were using it in the first, let's say, 6 rounds. But after that, it has been only Lyngby Vikings. This is the Lyngby show.
Without a doubt, and you know, with Lyngby looking so strong right now, we'll have to see just what HellRaisers can do, as Kalinka and Lime, both players set up at the ready. We haven't seen anything substantial just yet, though. As HellRaisers look to shift their way up from short. NATO ready for them, though. NATO ready to do a bit of damage here. And it looks like this will be a very swift round if HellRaisers can't do anything from here.
Lime has a pretty upfront position in CT, and they might not be aware of Kalinka. He's there to take Bird from Sky, and this one, it could actually collapse. I'm not sure if NATO is gonna be ready. Well, that's Fasher, and he is ready. NATO missing the second shot, but Fasher is there to back him up. 17 and 8 for Fasher as Lyngby. That's quite the statement in the first half. We already said, Dust 2 being the most dynamic map in the map pool, it is a place that the T's absolutely love. And HellRaisers, they're not utilizing that to its full extent. They're gonna have barely just a shadow of a nice buy round here. And Lyngby might be making it up to 9.
But now as Lyngby continues to pull on ahead, when you see smokes go down towards mid. Early use of deployed either way as HellRaisers make their way up from lower tunnels. Nades go out, and for HellRaisers, we're gonna see just a semi-decent buy come out around the board. The odd bit of utility, nothing too substantial. As we see HellRaisers continue to make their way on forward. Early mid control established as now the mid flank, the mid B flank looks to come through, but Rousey stands down problem.
And there's no one else coming in from middle for the T's, as this will make the B execute such a hard task. Relax there with the second relax missing the flagrant. Fasher is there to support Lyngby. They make it 9. And if you're HellRaisers coming into the second half, let's say the pistol doesn't count, like the first 3 rounds don't count. You don't count the force buy, the pistol, and the EQ. What do you need in the buy rounds to try and turn things around? Because Lyngby, they could easily win the first 3 and then lose it. Same goes for HellRaisers. They could easily win the first 3 and then lose it in buy rounds. But what do you need on the CT side on this suit? I'm gonna tell you, you need a stable sniper.
Yeah. Just need AWPs, and you know, Nathan Suffix, he provides us stability that we don't really see from HellRaisers. They've been with HellRaisers, their plays, their kills, it comes from these flary kind of AK oriented plays. And fortunately with that, Lyngby, while they don't have those flary rifle plays, they have consistency. And they have the AWP and NATO. You don't see them, sprinting up short, getting kill after kill. You see them getting a kill consistently, backing away consistently, getting a follow-up kill consistently. And that is way more important than a few fluke rounds where you can just run out and click on heads.
Yeah, that's exactly just the fact that you know your AWPer, no matter what's gonna happen, he's gonna provide at least 1 or 2 kills every single round. And as you said, that is better than having your AWPer just go for an insane 1 versus 4 clutch once and then miss all his shots. You need someone to be consistent. You need someone to have consistent impact and just be able to every single round turn the tables on your side, on your favor. And Lyngby, so far, they have had this in the hands of Bird from Sky on the second AWP, in the hands of NATO Sapphics, but do HellRaisers have it in Anarchist?
I mean, honestly, at the moment, Anikez is having a fairly tough showing, to be honest. Problem towards back. Black is able to find Rouse. Those players frustrated. We'll try to follow up with another kill, but from Sky is able to come out on top. It's going to be Love to find a follow-up able as well, but what matters, NATO and Fash are able to find Kalinka and Lime, but Flourish and Anikez respond in unison. So they break it down to a 2-on-2. For now, Anikez close towards this window, trying to push on ahead, but NATO's ready for the first. Larry's the last man left standing, caught out by NATO, and with that, it's going to be a perfect round from Lyngby. The trades were there, but they weren't enough. Lyngby lead 10-6, and with a pistol round, this is where things start to look very scary.
They do. HellRaisers going for the force buy, of course. Whew, that might backfire. I really thought that in the beginning when I gave my 2-0 prediction in favor of Lyngby, I might have went a bit too optimistic, but at this point, I don't really feel silly about giving this one because Lyngby, they have proven that they're actually better than yesterday, and I'm gonna say that just one more time, and I'm gonna stop speaking about it. Yesterday, when Lyngby lost 16-12 on Dust, they won 10 of their 12 rounds on the T side.
Yeah, exactly. And Lyngby, they are just a strong team. For now, Anikez and co, HellRaisers, they'll try to hold Deagles, will try to make their way towards mid, but Fash is ready for the initial bit of aggression. And with the initial spout just being shut down, Kalinka mid-air caught out by Bird from Sky, but Bird from Sky will damage up the wrong man as he backs away. It's going to be Flash's gut either way. Slime finds the first member. Shots ring out either way, but nothing too substantial.
As we say that though, Kalinka, he's gonna find Relax through the smoke. Fasher taking a bit of damage, and damage has been inflicted to the side of Lyngby. They have the man advantage, but still, look at that. Oh, and the bomb plant, it could get cancelled. Fasher going for the safe one, but that was only what he thought he was going for. And Bird from Sky, NATO, Sapphics with everything to do. HellRaisers, they might be on their way back into this. This is their chance. They need to win this one. But the Danes, they seem to be aware. Bird from Sky getting caught off guard, and Kalinka to follow up with the headshot. HellRaisers, they're still not out of this one yet. They still need to fight, and they can fight.
Beautiful round by HellRaisers there. My worry though is that it's off the back of a force, and they take damage. There's repeatability in it, but a lot of that round came from pushing. There's no default that's been working for them yet. There's been unable to establish one that works. So for now, as Lyngby go down to the Eagles as well, it means that HellRaisers are going to be in equally as much trouble as they were before. The use of damage doesn't do that much. Kalinka towards mid, able to catch out one as Flasher responds onto Lime. 4 HP to his name though, so it looks like Kalinka will try to finish the job. It won't matter. NATO, he punishes the aggression as Anikez continues his rampage up from short. Good for 2. He's got more to worry about though.
Well, Lyngby, they're looking hot on the Deagles, but in fact, this is the force buy, so only getting 2 kills isn't enough. Rouse, just how much is he good for? Rouse! Oh my goodness, Rouse! No way! Now is the 1 versus 1.
Oh, probably shifts on forward, tries to catch out a member. Able to do so, but Rouse, that was way closer than it should have been. A beautiful round there by Rouse to make sure that HellRaisers have the fearing God with them as they attempt to go to their next full buy in a way to combat the Lyngby force. Or Lyngby eco even.
That's...
Never mind, I'll take that back as a force.
I like that one. I like that one. Of course it's a force. They managed to take down four players. Well, on paper it should be an eco, but it just shows that Lyngby are really confident. They want to catch them off guard, and on the back of killing 4, they don't want to allow HellRaisers to build up economy. As well as that, if Lyngby get the bomb down here actually and do damage, they might as well just continue forcing, because the lows bonus is going to continue building up. But of course, let's see how they fare for now, as the only difference from last round is that they have the scout and NATO. Only pistols for the others, and they will need to find some more headshots.
Early mid control being established and shown either way. The smoke really well timed to extinguish Kalinka's molly, as these players will make their way up towards short. The timing though perfect as Kalinka shuts down Relax, spotting the legs towards Xbox. We'll continue ringing out a few shots wherever possible, unable to find a follow-up though, but it may not matter. These players forced on our way. It's going to be Lyngby to make their way on forward, stacking up towards shorts, and as catch out some of these HellRaisers members. As Yuto goes down either way, this team gets ready for an initial take.
There's the execute, and HellRaisers, they want to play the retake here. They are going to allow the bomb plant, which of course might come to haunt them, considering at this point, Bird from Sky, he's going to delay the short play so much with the smoke, and Lyngby might actually have a chance at this one. They're delaying 2 players towards short. Fasher, good for the first. Lime, it is Messi, and he'll go to Fasher. He'll go down to Fasher as well. Now Kalinka, good for the first. Is he going to find a second? 2 players coming in from CT. Kills going left, right, and center. And NATO in the 1 versus 2 with the scout. Both players though, they're heavily tagged. NATO goes for the peek. That's the first. NATO Sapix! And Problem is there to shut him down. But this is a disaster for the HellRaisers' bank.
HellRaisers, that is a beautiful retake, and Lyngby, they did a great job to damage anyone who came their way. That shot from NATO was frankly disgusting, but it doesn't matter. HellRaisers, they come out on top. They find yet another round, and even though their economy gets just pummeled in response, they do still look to cling to their guns, and as they move against the Lyngby full buy, see how they fare pushing ahead.
That was messy. For HellRaisers though, they are winning crowns, right? But winning crowns like that, look at that. NATO Sapix just taking the head of Anarchist, and Anarchist had the AWP. But HellRaisers, they can't just rely on winning 1 versus 1s all the time, and these have been the rounds that they are winning at this point. That's second 1v1 in a row. Lyngby doing so much damage, understandably so. On the back of that, they're going for the force buys every single time. Are they going to be ready for the position from Lime? They are, but Flarix still alive towards Bit. Good for 2. But 2 in this scenario, 1-2. Still, they're in a man disadvantage.
For now, it's going to be an early push out towards the mid as he goes 2-on-2. Nothing too substantial for the time being as we wait to see how these teams fare. Shots either way, nothing too substantial as Lyngby shift their way on forward, trying to catch out some of these members. Unable to do so just yet though. So wait to see what they have in store for us.
They've made their way towards that B side, completely aware that these rotations have been dragged from HellRaisers. The bomb will go down and the retake is on. Now the AWP on the retake, it might get a bit messy. It is not necessarily the best gun that you want to have, but are Lyngby gonna be ready for it?
We'll have to see as there's a bit of a lull. HellRaisers, they make sure to clean mid methodically. They don't want to be caught on any flank, but this is costing time. There's only halfway ticks now, with only 20 seconds to get to this site. HellRaisers, they need to get a wiggle on it. Flash goes out, swing goes wide. It's going to be Problem to find the first. Bird from Sky dinked on down, and well, it's Problem catches him out. That's a beautiful retake from the HellRaisers, and I think they just have enough time. They're scraping through. It is just enough. And HellRaisers, they'll make it 10.
And is that a way for HellRaisers to win it? Lyngby, they're struggling so much in the clutches. Fasher is currently 25 and 13. Lyngby are actually doing such a sick job until the point that they need the final kill. In the moment that they need the final kill, the clutch, they're just overextending, not having the right idea on what to do, and well, they're losing all of these. Now they need to find a way and convert the man advantage rounds that they have into actual round wins. Relax once again finding the opening. Relax, he's gonna find the second. Surely Lyngby managed to convert this one. This is maybe the 3rd time in a row that they have an opening. Lime to shut down Fasher. Now the 4 versus 3.
Now damage is done either way. Lime's able to catch out an initial player. Carrying towards backside. He's got a teammate Flourish to help out as well. With also from Sky and Lime. 2-on-2. Yes, again, another chance for Lyngby to maybe try and come out ahead here. Now play it in the smoke, though caught out by Relax. It's all down to Flourish. 1 versus 2. Caught out behind the smoke. What good can he do here? Ready for both players to swing straight into him. As flashes go out. They tease a peek. And with that, but from Skype shuts down Flaric. Just in the 11th round for Lyngby now, as they lead by just one. But more importantly, they ruin HellRaisers' economy.
And this is exactly what they have been trying to do with all these forces all over the way. Lyngby, they haven't had a single eco. They have been forcing every single time, doing so much damage, losing the clutches. They lost 3 clutches in a row. And HellRaisers, well, now they realize that they need to go for the tactical, but I think that HellRaisers should have went for a tactical timeout maybe 1 or 2 rounds ago. This is the point where you just win so many in a row, and you're like, whoa, we lose 1 and our economy is gone. What happened? That's because you simply get just overwhelmed by the emotions, by the ecstasy in your blood when you win those clutches, that you actually don't realize that you're losing 3 or 4 players every single time, and that is ruining your economy. Lyngby Vikings doing such a sick job to control the money on HellRaisers, and at this point the CTs, they realize that they've bamboozled themselves. Isn't it a bit too late to do something? Because they'll have to force, and this is potentially 2 rounds for the side of HellRaisers.
Without a doubt. Do you know who the jealous of HellRaisers?
Isn't it Anarchist, like the old YGL that has come through? I could ask.
Oh, okay.
I could ask.
I've just asked.
I will.
I've asked. I've got 3 different responses.
It could be Kalinka as well. I think it's
Kalinka
either
as
Kalinka
well.
or Anarchist. You know, I'll ask.
Oh yeah, Kalinka. And with that, it's going to be a bit of an early lull now. And so the highlights are, this Bird from Sky versus Kalinka kind of battle of minds. It's quite interesting in the sense that HellRaisers, they're very oriented around taking these early aim duels, trying to get a bit aggressive, getting up in the face, whereas Lyngby, they're a lot more passive. They play a lot more easy going, and they actually kind of hold a bit of a loose default, then look to collapse to a site once an opening is found, rather than going out for aggression from the start. There's this clash of playstyles, which is really what's letting Dust 2 be so close, because it's a map that favors both.
Yeah, it does favor both, and that's exactly the reason that I was kind of skeptic about this from HellRaisers, because it is a good map for them, but Lyngby removing Train, which is one of their best maps, prioritizing to play Dust 2, to let HellRaisers beat Dust 2 instead of Train, that was something that like made me worry a bit. And by the way, I had a confirmation, and I had a confirmation from the coach of Skate, from Punisher, that the IGO is Kalinka. He thinks it's Kalinka.
Oh, it's Kalinka.
Yeah,
Kalinka,
yeah.
okay.
He
I
says,
think the chat says Kalinka as well.
he thinks it's Kalinka. Yeah, he's pretty sure.
I
It's
think the chat said Kalinka as well, so. But now though, Lyngby, as they lead by 2 rounds, they move their way on forward. As HellRaisers, pistols in hand, stack up outside mid doors, and do a bit of damage wherever possible.
HellRaisers, just the full eco. Lyngby, this should be pretty much a protocol round from them. Just want to stabilize their economy even more, as now no one is gonna hear the steps actually at this point, as there's no one close, but relax. Well, this is not the best surprise to have, and this is actually the bomb. They need to be careful. That's 5 ESPs on the other side, and they have the bomb and an AK. But Fasher just going with the double, potentially the triple. He has, yeah, he just doesn't want to leave them any chances. He's had enough. He's had enough. I don't think that Fasher is in the mood to lose ecos at this point, but as we say that, Bird from Sky and NATO, they're both heavily tagged, and Flowerick with the USP, he might be deadly. There's the flash, trying to hunt down the players. He's just running, and he will eventually find the kill. Now NATO in the 1 versus 1, and this shouldn't have been so close. The round from NATO Safik should be
doable.
Yeah, it should be an open plant, and just after plant and hit with the ult. That should be what he goes for, but he'll actually aggress to a short. Oh, and if Flowerick comes from CT, that's gonna be perfect. It is, yeah, this is perfect. Flowerick, there is no way that with this bomb plant he anticipates NATO to be on short. Surely he wants him to be long at this point.
It makes some noise. You just bear in mind though, without a kit, he's got to try and go for a kill. And NATO, right now, just surviving is perfect. As for now, Flash will make his way on forward. It was good for 3, and for an eco, HellRaisers did absolutely perfect. But it may not matter. Maybe they lead 30 to 10. They're running out of rounds to kind of settle for silver linings on. As Flourish won't even be able to catch out the orb, but then NATO will be able to get away, flee into that orb and bring his team a 13.
That was such an intelligent play from NATO Suffix, by the way. He won the round only with his afterplant position. Only with that. He didn't have to fire a single shot, he didn't have to peek, he didn't have to do anything. Just planting the bomb, going short. In the moment that HellRaisers' player decided to go through CT, the round was over. There is no way that Flaric pushes up short with this bomb plant. And HellRaisers, this is do or die for them. But this is do or die not only for the map, it's do or die for the tournament. Lyngby, they won map number 1. Now, they need only 3 to qualify for the finals and knock out HellRaisers out of the Shadow League. Just meters in front of the finish line.
For now, HellRaisers, if they, again, you mentioned it there, just meters from the finish line. They can topple this bar of HellRaisers. They're in a perfect position to just pull on ahead. For now, few shots out either way.
Line trying to aggress towards middle. This might actually work out just perfectly. Let's see though, how does he time it? He's trying to play the sound game at this point, just to get intel, but the Lyngby taking their time in what might be a B split at this point. Just a fake. One player will try and jump towards CT, or he won't even jump. He's gonna stay here and try and cut off rotations. They're going for the B split.
This B split, it may be absolutely perfect, or maybe very tough to find out. Flash up at the close angle, ready to fight anyone who dare come his way, but HellRaisers on these close angles are really going to hit any movement that Lyngby really give off. As Lime, he for a moment looks like he was going to try and go through this door, but he doesn't. Instead, like these flashes, and actually it's just going to be an absolute contact. There you go, flashing good for 1, flashing good for 2. As Blair from Sky responds, and the collapse is absolutely perfect. It falls down to Anikas and Flourish to try and hold, but they've got to save. They've got no choice. And Fasher, he's going to try and hunt down this player saving towards the long. He'll deploy that flash, and with that, he'll swing wide. Did he quite spell out Anikas? He may not have there. As instead, he'll back away and give HellRaisers a chance to save.
But this chance to save, just how good could it work for them from this point? HellRaisers, they got quadruple faked in this scenario. Lyngby Vikings letting it to the wire, and the thing is that Lyngby, they're so confident to go for such kind of a play, knowing that they'll win every single drill, knowing that the fake will work out perfectly. HellRaisers, they weren't just ready. If they had stood their positions, if they didn't move a muscle in this situation, this would have been such an easy round. But just Lyngby letting it go to the wire, they started the commitment towards that B side with 15 seconds on the clock. That is something that HellRaisers aren't ready for. And now you see the tactical timeout being called. They realize they will go for the buy round. They have the money to go for it. They're gonna be lacking utility a bit, but still, it is do or die. This is it. This is their last chance.
Without a doubt. And tell you what, this is a perfect position for Lyngby. And you mentioned it for HellRaisers out. They really are just running out of chances, and I worry that may have been their last chance. You know, at this point, Lyngby, they've got so much momentum, and for the time being, Lyngby are just going to look to, well, swarm HellRaisers. They shut them down here, then it's over. And I think you agree, just resetting and hitting match point is the dream come true for any team, and right now that may be a reality for Lyngby.
By the way, I have a little prediction from Punisher. He's not sure. I don't think he knows what the score is, but he looked at the veto and he told me, with this veto, HellRaisers don't have a chance.
I mean, we knew they would have issues on the third map as well.
Yeah.
I don't think I don't expect Lyngby to be this good on Dust 2 though.
Yeah, they shouldn't be letting this one slip. And Anarchist trying the upfront position with the AWP. They're leaving completely the control towards middle in the hands of Lyngby, but relax, he's gonna find the first towards B. Now, in the moment that he's paused the second, they know there's 2 more players here and they can just slow things down. Hearing the steps is Rouse, but he needs to know this is the bait. Surely he knows it's the bait. Lyngby just slowing things down, waiting, trying to bait out some mistakes from the side of the CTs as Rouse. He's gonna make his way out and he is ready. Flaric going down. And this has made it such a tough situation for Anarchist. He has the AWP, which is his favorite weapon in this scenario. He has down the first, goes for the second, and this is perfect. This is all that you can ask from him in this situation. Getting the double, but Fasher, he's ready for the short play. Gets down the molly, good for the first, not quite for the second. And NATO Sapix, yet again, in a 1 versus 1 against Lime.
He's able to retrieve that bomb. He'll punch in those numbers, and now on the retake, let's see how he fares.
NATO misses the initial shot. Trying to change the angle. Spots the flare. Goes for the shot. Missing again. NATO Sapix missing the third and Lime. He's not gonna allow him to miss again. HellRaisers, they win it. They make it 11, but to what avail? They're gonna have actually a lesser buy now.
Without a doubt, and this is a scary, scary position to be in if you are on that side of HellRaisers. The reality is, they're going to have to try and pull ahead. You know, they have a window of opportunity, but they still don't have much. They still don't have much money, and it's just going to be so hard to work with.
It is. Anarchist, though, has the right idea, taking down NATO Sapix, and HellRaisers haven't had a lot of these. They haven't had a lot of man advantage rounds. Let's see if they're going to be able to capitalize on it, though. They're making their way out of middle, but Lime on the boost is ready for it. There's the smokes, there's the mollies. Lime, how much can he find? Good for the first, there's the second. Anarchist to fire as well. Fasher with the molly, but that just denies the entire push. And HellRaisers, they're still in this. Anarchist repositioning himself, finding a quick double here in the round, or rather a quick triple, is gonna give them some chances to fight. Lyngby, they need to go for the half buy, and I want to ask you, Kremer, do you believe?
I don't know, Ted. These rounds have been very, very close, and I worry that HellRaisers may be in a bit of trouble. As even though they've been winning rounds, they don't have economy, and they are still facing a prospect of a reset. This is their chance to build that economy, but if Lyngby can do damage, then they're going to be in a world of hurt. It's nice utility, though. As Lime will line up too, as will Kalinka. Beautiful little clean up, and now we might see HellRaisers with a bit of a chance if Lyngby Vikings can't win this round.
High round for both teams, 14-13, Lyngby Vikings. They might be on their way to let things loose here as Rouse has the timing, gets the first. Is he ready for the second towards Pido? By the looks of it, he might be. Flaric still trapped towards it, trying to spot him out, but they haven't cleared the angle deep enough, and they should be aware that they haven't. They need to clear this one. Anarchist supporting his teammate at this point, but Lyngby with a man up.
Ooh.
What?
No, Savix, what a shot to kick things off now as Flaric holds to shift his way on forward. And right now, this position is absolutely everything by Flaric. He'll try to play for the trigger discipline. He spots out the first, he knows there's a second there. Does he settle for two? Yes, he does. Is there a response? Not yet. They'll deploy some flashes, some problem fires relax over towards lower tunnels, put it down to a 2v2, and suddenly HellRaisers bear some equity in this round as it goes from impossible to winnable.
I mean, if Lyngby lose this round, they're gonna be fuming. They're gonna be furious at this. because the first player, I believe it was NATO Safix, that dropped into pit, he didn't check behind himself. Oh, and problem, he hears all of that, he knows, and there is no way that they're ready for him. There is no way. They're gonna spot the player towards CT, but problem surely has at least one kill here.
But now this is a perfect flank, and for now, they'll line up the first. 1 versus 1 now, and Basher comes out on top. Lyngby Vikings, they hit their 15th as they now lead 15 to 13. HellRaisers, they can rebuy, but they've only got 2 rounds to string together before they can just inch it into overtime.
And they have almost no money to work with. But on the other side, HellRaisers, they actually go for the double up setup. The M4s doing so much damage might actually affect Lyngby, because if they lose one, they're completely reset. Kalinka though, he's gonna take an early attack from NATO Safix. Lyngby Vikings, this is 2 rounds to cement their place in the finals. And for HellRaisers, it's just do or die. Kiss treating it exactly how he's supposed to. Getting the opening kill and man advantage for the CT. Make that a 2-man advantage as Kalinka is there to strike with the second though.
Now let's see how they fare moving forward. And what's going to be a fairly difficult showing as Kalinka's able to shut down Relax. There it goes 5 on 2 now as Lyngby back away. I think it's safe to assume that HellRaisers are going to hit this 14. So they'll be run boosted or will be boosted out to try and catch out an off player, but he's unable to do so for the time being.
NATO Safix just looking out for players. He's trying to actually bait out the rotation towards short, and he's baited a peek, misses the shot though. And Lime, he knows exactly where Rouse is. There's the HE, the flash, and the peek from him, as he's not gonna find it. They need to be careful though. They don't want to let Rouse take down more than one player in this scenario. Kiss there to shut him down with Yope. And, well, Lyngby, they're gonna have one more chance. But look at the money that they will have coming into this one.
But now we'll have to see how these teams fare moving forward, as for the most part, it's going to be a bit of a tough push for the time being. And I'll tell you what, Ted, did you see this going to overtime?
Oh, it should be at this point.
Should be or will be?
I think it should be. I think it will be. Well, it's gonna be the B-rush, and we're yet to see, but problem, he thinks we're going to overtime, and I think it's pretty safe to say that we are. Bird from Sky now,
Yep.
the 1-man standing, and, well, that's salty Kremer. Creme de la creme. There's no way that me and you cast an entire day of CS, and we don't have one overtime.
Tell you what, you ready for back-to-back 14-day broadcasts or 14-hour broadcasts? Because this might be it.
You know, I might be ready, but you know who's not? My neighbors. They might just kick me out of the building at this point.
Let's see how they fare moving forward. As for now, bear in mind, for those of you who are new to overtime, overtime is the 1st to 19. If it goes 18-18, we go to double overtime because we need to have a victor. Question is, who will it be? Ted, do you want to give a prediction?
Oh, I still think Lyngby are gonna take it. I still believe Lyngby are gonna take it. HellRaisers, they started waking up a bit, but well, when you have such a performance coming in from Fasher, NATO Safix as well hitting those shots consistently, I believe that Lyngby should still win it, especially because a lot of the rounds in the end of the game that HellRaisers won were actually on the back either of a clutch or just playing against a broken buy. Lyngby haven't really had the chances to go for a full buy and win a clutch. It's about time that we see the Danes starting to step up in these situations.
Let's see how they fare moving ahead in what's going to be a very, very tough push for the time being. I do fear for this side, but we'll have to see what they have ahead.
Let's see though, as timeout has been cancelled. Ladies and gents, we are ready. Of course, this is just the first semi-final. We still have one more to go. We're gonna have the derby between Sinners and Sanko. Speaking of which, ahoy to every single Sinners fan in the chat, and merhaba to every single Turkish fan in the chat.
It's actually incredible how many. Yeah, it's incredible how many Sinners and Sango fans are showing up, considering we literally have well, we have about an hour before their game, but it's awesome to see. It's awesome to see. But well, probably on this game though, let's see how HellRaisers and Lyngby fare moving forward. Yes, the grand finals today.
Yeah.
Actually, after the Sinners and Sango match.
Yeah. Straight
Now,
after.
Lyngby, fast short goes on out. Util deployed either way, and well, there's not much of a response from HellRaisers right now, as it looks like a hole in their armor has been exploited. Lyngby would go for this fast control.
And Fasher, he's gonna find the opening kill. Look at that position from Rouse. He's gonna cancel any single aggression towards short, and there's no way that they're ready for this position. There's the molly as well. Lyngby, they should have this one wrapped up for themselves. There's the re-smoke towards CT. This retake is gonna be extremely awkward for HellRaisers, and they might as well save. I don't see a way that they get back into this round. Anarchist, he can't find anything simply because they're not giving him anything to work with. There's the kill. Rouse getting one. Flaric to fire back, but on top of the refrags, well, the CTs, they're totally out of this one. Lyngby make it 16. And of course, for those of you that don't know, ladies and gentlemen, the magical number here is 19. A team either needs to win 19 or, of course, go to 18, and if both teams go to 18, we're gonna have a second overtime, a third overtime like that, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and because me and Kremer are casting, probably a 10th.
Yeah, I reckon 10 OTs at a minimum. If we're unlucky, maybe 15.
Yeah.
I hope you guys have all got popcorn. I hope you've all got something to drink, because we're gonna be here a while. For now, though, it's going to be Lyngby to go for early control towards mid. I'll tell you what, the second we hit OT, Lyngby have sped up their antics. They're going for contact round the map. Earlier they went fast short, now they go fast mid, looking for one of these members, but they don't do so straight away. Instead, they congregate towards the top of B. And what may be just a standard B execution straight into Anikaz, who has woken up to his credit in these last couple of rounds, but he's still in a bit of issue. For now, he'll just deploy smoke of his own. Maybe just try and get an angle of his own on these players coming towards him. As he's spotted out through the smoke and ring out a few shots. Unable to find anyone though as he backs away. Falling so low on HP. He's caught out from Bird from Sky. And with that, Lime is the only man to kind of man this defense. As Lyngby look to make 17.
They look to do it, and B-bomb site is actually the hardest bomb site to retake in the entire map pool, even if you have a man advantage. Now, in the 4 versus 5, and this anchor from Rouse, which they should have no idea that he's holding, he's gonna have the first. There's the repeat from NATO, perfectly executed crossfire from Lyngby. There is just no way that HellRaisers retake this one. And for HR at this point, they need to start thinking about how to stop Lyngby Vikings early round, because this is the second time that they're just allowing them to get the bomb down and get comfortable with the retake, their position, set up crossfires, and from that point it's extremely hard to retake. It doesn't matter how good you are.
Without a doubt. For the time being, we'll have to see how they fare and what will be. HellRaisers just back in. Learn to catch out, not remember wherever possible. Unable to do so. There's a few shots ringing on out. Kalinka holding firm, 15 HP to his name, and well, he's able to shut out a member before he falls, so at least he can save an AWP. But at 17-15, Lyngby, they have won these 2 rounds. They've won it quick.
They haven't. What I'm scared about now for the side of HellRaisers is that actually Lyngby had a better city side today. They won more rounds on the city side. If I'm not mistaken, they won it 9-6, because that was a long time ago, but still winning 9 rounds on the city side and having all the money that they could wish for. NATO is gonna have a pretty clean opening. Going a bit greedy there. Going a bit greedy. It will cost him, but look at that. They have no idea that Fasher is so close. He's gonna have the... I was about to say that he's gonna have the first kill, but doesn't quite connect. Relax is there to do that for him. As Anarchist, though, still is alive towards Scar. Bird from Sky to take him down. And this might be just the beginning of the end for HellRaisers, as it's down to the 2 versus 2.
See a boost up from Kalinka. This far short position may work admirably, and that it does. It's all on Bird from Sky. 1 versus 2. Swinging wide, he spots out the first member, but instead he fights the second. Problem, though, will finish the job. As HellRaisers make it 16. Lyngby, they go to the CT side with a round advantage, and enough momentum to potentially carry them across the line.
Well, again, Lyngby, they'll need 2 more on the CT side. HellRaisers, they're gonna need to only to force a second overtime. At this point, Fasher, he's 37 and 23. This guy's absolutely insane. He's having one hell of a game. And you know what I'm starting to like about the Lyngby Vikings recently? Like, in the first 2 or 3 weeks of this roster playing in this specific lineup, it was just NATO Suffix being the hard carry, right? For, let's say, 1
Without
week.
a doubt. Yep.
For 1 week now, we've seen other players stepping up. We've seen Bird from Sky, we've seen Fasher, we've seen Rouse, we've seen Relax, all performing. All of them having their moments. Of course, roles being different, not every single player is allowed to have just the chance to go for such a performance in a hard carry stat, but still, all of them have been performing. And this is what actually does make Lyngby the force that they are right now.
Without a doubt, let's see how they fare moving ahead and what's going to be a bit of a tough hold for the time being, as it'll be, again, Relax ready for the mid control. None comes though, as HellRaisers, they set their rise, they lay them onto what will be a steady positioning towards mid. Nothing too substantial for the time being though, as they take a moment before committing to this full push out from mid. Few shots ring out either way, though. Relax ready for the first. He legs down Lime. Unable to kill him, though, as instead he'll turn attention towards window. Misses his second shot. It's now down to Rouse to try and support as Frotham fires out the first. He tries to spam down the second, unable to do so, though, as Anakin's and Lime are able to find the next 2. Then it falls down to Anakin's. Molly down in mid. Bird from Sky to finish the job. But a 2-on-4 for this B site. What good will it do?
They should have no chances winning this one, and they should have no business going for it as well. Although they might be. Oh my goodness! NATO, Suffix, Bird from Sky, he's gonna find one more. Are they ready for the flank though? They're not. NATO quick enough on the flick, and somehow Lyngby make it a close one. I have no idea how HellRaisers were gonna let this one slip. What was that?
That was an incredible round, and now what does this team have to do? As HellRaisers, even though they won the round, they still should be scared right now. NATO, he showed that this round still bears a lot of teeth, and as Lyngby look to hold to just try to take themselves over to 18, they're going to have the confidence of they almost retook a B site in a 4v2.
To 17. At this point, both teams with equal chances to win the map. Of course, for Lyngby, this would be a massive step back, considering they had the 15-13 lead, but let's see just how they fare as Fasher. Playing around CT, boosted. Just how much can he find though? Goes aggressive, spotting the players, and he actually drops, goes for the first, doesn't quite find the second though. Now, Rouse, the one-man standing towards that B-bomb side. He's gonna fall, and Lyngby, their defenses are just crumbling.
Looks like HellRaisers are going to take this to an 18th, and tell you what, Ted, I can smell some double OT. It's being served up ice cold, and let's see what they have in store for us.
I know at one point, when it was 15-13 in favor of Lyngby, I look at the clock and I was like, ooh, we're gonna have a 1-hour break until semifinal number 2. Yikes, nice try. Next time better. HellRaisers, they're not out of this one, and they might as well take us to a third map. Who knows, they will have their chance to do that.
I worry we may see a third map, because a break would have sounded really nice. I won't lie.
You know, people really think that we're kidding when we say that every time we cast there's at least 3 or 4 overtimes. They really think that we're kidding. We're for real. That's not funny. There is nothing funny about it. We're for real. We're giving you statistics. That's not a joke.
There is indeed a lot of times. But now, though, we're going to see what will be. Lyngby make their way on forward. Lyngby, will they? If I was Fasher, and if I lost the game, got disqualified in the semi-finals after dropping 38 kills, my fist would be going through my desk. And as Fasher may be feeling the same way, as but now HellRaisers, they make their way on forward, trying to catch out some of these members, and this early advantage, this early man advantage will mean everything.
a boost towards short. Lyngby though not presenting anything to the side of HellRaisers. And for Lyngby, I'm really curious. They changed things up from regulation. They're not playing the same way that they used to. Relax now, flashed off the angle, deploys the smoke. This of course isn't anything close to a full commitment, as HellRaisers are still taking their time. They have a minute to work with, and they realize if they win this one, we're going to a third map.
Yusu goes down towards mid. NATO ready for it though. The deploy mollies just buy a bit of space, and the second nade hasn't gone through. Instead, the mollies will continue buying some space for Lyngby as they go for a bit of a heavy commitment towards B right now. They know what's due their way. Have a NATO, he doesn't go through the smoke.
Oh, that's gonna be the full B commitment. Are they ready? They'll relax with the AWP. There's the flash, relax. Gonna have the first. Now his teammate needs to support him. Rouse, good for one. Relax on the second. Relax, missing the initial shot onto Lime. But now the 3 versus 2. They have a man advantage retake on their way, Lyngby. And Anarchist and Lime having the chance to send us to a third map. Are they gonna go for it? Lime about to peek towards Zorber from Skydo. He is ready. Anarchist now on the 1 versus 3. He has to do a miracle at this point. With Diop from this position, it should be just impossible. There's the first, missing the shot, and NATO, oh, he's just gonna win some style points.
With that. Without a doubt. We hit 18 to 18. We're going to double overtime as Lyngby are unable to close it out, nor were HellRaisers. I believe the magic number we're looking for now is 22, as these teams will look to hold. They'll look to push ahead. And tell you what, Ted, who are you leaning towards here?
Towards fourth
victory.
overtime. Towards fourth overtime.
In fourth overtime, who comes out on top?
Well, Lyngby. You know what would be perfect? You made a joke about us going for a 14-hour cast today as well. You know, we started 3 hours ago. This is still map number 2, right?
Oh,
if we go to a third map here, we have 3 maps between Sinners and Sangam as well, and then go for 3 maps in the finals, we might be here for a longer.
I pray. I can pray.
I pray.
Nailed it.
I actually enjoy it this time. 18 to 18, as ladies and gents, HellRaisers, they're fighting for their place here in the Shadow League. As Lyngby, well, what they want to do is to qualify for the finals right here, right now, and have a pretty nice break watching the game between Sango and Sinners. Of course, one of these 2 teams is gonna have a break for about 2 or 3 hours to watch the other semi-final. The other, they're gonna have a bigger break. They're gonna go out of the tournament, but let's see who is it gonna be. Relax, deploying the molly still. He should be aware that Kalinka is out, and he will in fact punish him. That's a huge kill to find for Relax.
With the man advantage now, HellRaisers, they're forced to delegate their position down towards short, and they'll always push on forward. They'll be running into the awaiting arms of NATO, who has had a phenomenal game so far, especially in this second half and in overtime, as all 4 members stack up for HellRaisers. They get ready for this initial peak, and they get ready for this initial bit of contact. So in just a second, we'll see these smokes fly, flashes to accompany, set piece out. How will the players follow?
NATO Suffix with the AWP. He's been phenomenal for this entire game, but can he do it again? Can he do it in the second overtime when his team needs him? He's gonna fall back. Having the man advantage, they could play the retake.
Plant goes down. Plant now for short as well. Now, for HellRaisers, they need to bear in mind their only position is short. They don't have long control, they don't have CT control, and Lyngby, they're just going to go for a mass push into these members. 4 members on the charge, Flashes peppering their position. As aggression comes through, Lime lines up 2, he lines up 3 as Fasher trades. Lime to get the next set of the matter, and it falls down to NATO. 1 versus 3. Flashes way through a smoke, misses his initial shot, trades there as Lime finishes the job, and that round is all on Lime. A 4K for him to propel HellRaisers to a 19th there.
And that is such a disaster for the side of Lyngby. They had everything on their side, and they realize it. They go for a tactical timeout, and I believe this is their first. They wanna focus. Lyngby realizing if they go to a third map at this point, well, they're gonna be the ones that are responsible for that. It's not like HellRaisers haven't had they're huge performances, they're huge moments, but Lyngby, they're just allowing HellRaisers too much at this point. Losing a 5 versus 4 round like that one, playing the retake, just allowing one player, having so many flashes to clear short with 4 players, and you're allowing one to kill you all. This shouldn't be happening.
Without a doubt, and, well, for the time being, we'll have to see just how the side bears moving ahead. It's also snipers to pepper this cross towards B. Relax takes a bit of early damage, but it's nothing too substantial. And HellRaisers, they're going for the cheesy strats now. It's going to be a bit of a B pop as Ral's, he'll be forced away, but the molly will actually, from Fascia, will actually take down Problem. And now it's going to be a 4-man congregation from HellRaisers ready to re-execute towards this B site. Try and catch out some of these members.
There's the re-execute towards B end. Oh, this molly can slow them down so much. And it does for now. And the risk here, HellRaisers, as much as they're baited out to 30 towards B, they have no map control whatsoever, and they need to go. If they take their time anymore, it could be a disaster, but I think it has been a disaster at this point. Relax, good for the first. There's the refrags though, and somehow HellRaisers, they're gonna make their way on the side, despite of there being 3 players from the side of Lyngby.
Now, as it goes on to a 3 versus 2. Shots me out either way as Relax tries to catch out these members. Unable to do so for the time being, though. As Lyngby looks flash their way towards this site. Lime completely blind, will be able to shut down Relax. There's no response just yet, though. Zanik gets BT-15 handle, looks to respond, and they respond, he does. HellRaisers, they lead 20-18, and they truly are raising hell right now, as Lyngby Vikings have been unable to quench this T side from the Russian side.
They have been, and well, I think at this point, if you're a Lyngby and you lose the 3rd one as well, you might be thinking about the 3rd map. HellRaisers, they're doing such a sick job on the T side, and again, Lyngby, I don't know what happened to them, but I think at some point when they switched up sides in regulation, they just started losing every single clutch, and this has continued. They're losing so many situations that are in their favor, so many clutches. It should have easily been a wrap for Lyngby a long time ago, but all these clutches, all these situations when they have man advantage, when they have even 2-man advantage, they're losing, and this is what's keeping HellRaisers in the game.
Let's see how they're moving ahead, and what's going to be a bit of a tough showing now. And we see HellRaisers, they honestly, even if they just lose this round, they've got so much momentum to the CG side to work with. It may not even matter. Lime will kill a teammate, but it's finding more kills. They go 3-on-3 now as Kalinka finds Bird from Sky. It falls down to Relax and Rolls, and what good are they going to do here?
I'm afraid not a lot, as HellRaisers, they actually look ready to play a 3rd map, which could be a bit of a tricky one. There's the flashes, there's the grenades, but Browski's gonna fall. Relax now, the 1-man standing. And ladies and gents, HellRaisers, they're not ready to surrender. They will win the first 3 rounds in the 2nd overtime, which means that they need only 1 more to take us to a 3rd map. HellRaisers, they are fighting and they're not ready to go down.
Without a doubt, they've shown some serious tenacity to pull themselves ahead and to really look to shut down Lyngby wherever they raise their heads. And with that, I think we are going to see a very swift map closure here, unless Lyngby have a stellar T side. But even at that, what good will it show? We'll have to see for just a moment. But for now, as we do move on to this final map, Ted, do you think it's going to be 2-1 for HellRaisers, or do you think Lyngby are going to come back?
I believe Lyngby should be taking the 3rd one. I really don't think that HellRaisers could fight with them on Inferno, considering that Inferno is actually Lyngby's, let's say, not best, but one of their best maps. Like, it's their most played one, and it's a one that they have a pretty big win percentage. They have 67 win percent on Inferno across 15 maps, which is not that bad. It's actually pretty impressive. On the other hand, for HellRaisers, they've played it 14 times and they have a 50% win rate. So it's going to be pretty much an even one, but I still believe that Lyngby should have the upper hand on Inferno. Still though, they're not out of this one just yet. They only need 3 in a row only to force 1 more overtime. but it's gonna be a tough task.
Without a doubt, we'll have to see how he fares. Moving on ahead, as for now, Lyngby, it's a move on forward, but that's just that HellRaisers, they may actually be able to take this swiftly. Few shots are out either way. Flash goes out towards mid. As mid controls established by Bird from Sky. They deploy that further smoke and molly to force a line back, but Lime ready to go straight through it, as instead Lyngby push their way on forward. Flash will go out. Kalinka looking to hold as the mollies land in. Kind to refute this B-hold problem. Good for one. There's going to be another as problem in Kalinka. Ring true. From Sky and Relax, though, get the next say in the matter. But there's still players to worry about on site in the form of Lime. Ready towards Scar to catch out these members. That he does. Good for one. Relax to trade. Relax in a 1 versus 2. Will it be enough?
1 versus 2, Relax. This is for the map, and HellRaisers, they need only 1 more kill to clutch this one. They're taking their time, playing it patiently. They don't want to give 1v1s to Relax, and now the double peek will come through. Relax pulls the first, goes for the second, but he's fully blind. And ladies and gentlemen, HellRaisers, they win map number 2, which of course means that they're not out of this one. They managed to complete a comeback, and we're going to be going to a third one, which is going to be Inferno. We're heading onto a short break, and we're gonna be right back after a couple of minutes to find out who's gonna be the first grand finalist here in the first season of the Shadow League. Stay tuned.
wanna see it while you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, I still should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you stop and make me have to stay. Cause I'm floating in your orbit. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. Just my luck, put me away. You understand, there's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand. Come on, name, you understand. I wanna stay. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. It's my luck, put me away. You understand, there's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand. I wanna leave, you understand. I wanna stay. Cause I don't wanna walk away. I don't wanna see you while you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, still spinning inside your orbit. I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you stop and make me have to stay. Cause I'm floating in your orbit. Pull me back, take my hand. Come on, name, you understand. I wanna stay. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. It's my luck, put me away. You understand, there's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand. I wanna leave, you understand. I wanna stay. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Pull me back, take my hand. Come on, name, you understand. I wanna stay. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away. Cause I don't wanna walk away.
Hello, 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 and welcome back to our third and final game between HellRaisers and Lyngby Vikings. We saw Dust 2, they went to overtime, it was close, but HellRaisers prevailed. Now we have Inferno and what's going to be a very, very intense series. Of course, I'm your caster, Crumber 3. I'm joined by the wonderful Ted, who's going to talk us through this intricate map.
Well, at this point, we had Lyngby Vikings winning their map pick. Of course, for those of you that are just joining in, they won the map number 1, that was Nuke. On Dust 2, it was a bit of a roller coaster. Lyngby whiffing those 3 or 4 map and match points that they had. And, well, the decider, when you look at it, Inferno is maybe the most balanced map between these two teams. Like, it's a map that one team has played 14 times, one team has played 15 times. It's a map that one team has 50% win rate on. It's a map that the other team has 67% win rate on. Yep. So it is looking at the statistics, it is pretty much the closest that we could get. Still though, yep, Dust 2 was heavily in favor of HellRaisers, speaking about statistics. And to be honest, Lyngby completely choked that one. That was Lyngby's maps to take. And if we were going to Inferno after maybe a dominant win from HellRaisers, I would just say, okay, that is HellRaisers' map. Now Lyngby, they're gonna win it here easily because they are sick on Inferno. They're so good on it. And have in mind that most of the maps that HellRaisers have played on Inferno have been with JR as well. But on the back of losing so many map points, so many map rounds on Dust 2, are Lyngby ready to fight at this point?
Something to highlight as well is that this side is, even though HellRaisers have won, got a very bad win rate, you need to bear in mind that 3 of these games have been 16-14s. Like, they've been putting up a hell of a fight every time they've played. It's just closing out these games they've had serious issue with. But yeah, let's see if that's the same issue they have now. And without further ado, let me get straight into this pistol round.
HellRaisers starting on the T side as this is going to be the start on B-Rush, but look at that, the dual Berettas! Rouse just saying yeehaw to the side of HellRaisers, taking down the initial 2 kills, but Lime is there to fire back, relaxes well with a 3k from behind. And just like that, well, Lyngby, they make it the 1 on the board.
That round is pure and unfiltered chaos, but it does not matter. Lyngby come out on top. The crunch between the dual Berettas and relax on the flank will provide Lyngby with their first as they move on ahead, forcing HellRaisers down to a force buy, delegating them down to Deagles with the odd bit of armor. We actually see an ACAM and Kalinka, but what good will it do?
Well, let's see. By the way, do you know what would be a cool feature in the game? If they made a player modo, like a T-side, for example, who's a cowboy, and every time he says affirmative or something like that, it will sound like yeehaw, like he has the dual Berettas and the revolver and going crazy. That would actually be, that would be memes, that would be jokes.
Would your Berettas the cowboy thing? I thought it was more like revolvers and stuff.
Yeah, revolvers are, but aren't the dual Berettas as well, like the 2 pistols?
Yeah, fair enough. Well, here we go, we've got HellRaisers set up, ready to push towards Banana. All of them with early Banana control, but Lyngby have pretty much given them this Banana control. They set up, they get ready for an execution, and whoever from Sky boosted up, he's got Rouse to support him. Let's see if these MP9s will ring true as HellRaisers look to walk into their crosshairs.
The setup might be perfect in this smoke. Oh, the timing is so good. HellRaisers, they will need to wait for this one, and the clock won't be working in their favor, as one nice statistic to have in this point is that Lyngby have actually won all 5 pistols so far. HellRaisers, yeah, HellRaisers haven't won a single pistol round. As we go to the B execution, Kalinka good for the first Rouse to fall back. As Rouse, he's gonna take down a second with him, but the bomb will go down nonetheless. Dado trying to deny it, won't be able to. Alright, gets the kill through the smoke.
Make it work. Yeah, I guess it whatever works for him, I guess. It goes 2-on-3 now when HellRaisers, bear in mind this is a force buy. They're not playing for damage, they're playing for a victory here. As Problem and Anakin's with players set up. Anakin's is Negan rings through as Fashion gets taken down. Problem looking to try and respond, able to do so as he's able to find the second. Relax now in a 1 versus 1. He's got Kit to assist him. No problem. Will his MP9 ring true? That it will in midair. He'll dink down, relax, and he'll bring HellRaisers their first round as they show this is going to be a damn close game.
It is, and well, yesterday we had Lyngby involved in a game that was just forcing up left, right, and center. Team after team going force by, resetting the economy of the others. Do you think that we could see something similar here on Inferno?
Potentially, and to be honest, in a forced battle on Inferno, always the CT side will lose because it's such a util-oriented map that when you are skimping costs, where you remove that kind of cost is on this utility. Now pushing through into Banana, Lime's able to shut down Riles, and the from Sky can't respond now. It looks like we may very well see a double eco come through from Lyngby.
Relax spotting the initial player towards apartments. Actually, he's gonna reaggress, but they'll hear it. They know there's the big Relax stacked heavily. We'll just fall back, but still, man advantage is in favor of the T's. And at this point, HellRaisers, they have such a strong advantage going into this round. They need to go for a gamble stack here or a push, and that's exactly what they're going for. 3 players rotating towards that A bomb site, which will be the correct call, but, well, as I say that, the bomb is just heading back towards B. By the way,
without armor, yep.
if you had to make yourself a nickname like something from Sky, what would you be? Or something from somewhere, like Bird from Sky?
Most of that Lost from Home. That's a pretty cool name.
Lost from Home.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool name, I think. Like, considering it's spontaneous, you put me on the spot.
You know what is my favorite? Like my I think it's the most hilarious nickname out there of a pro player.
Go on.
SDI, but not the abbreviation, the full one. You know what it is, right?
No.
I will type it to you in Discord. I'm not sure if we're allowed. It's a Russian player. I'm not sure if we're allowed to say things like that.
Really?
That is his nickname. He played with this one on a major.
Oh no, SDY, yeah. He can yeah, Some Die Young. That's a pretty cool name. I like it. To be honest, did you see Dick Stacy's autograph they submitted to the major?
Yeah, just Dick.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, and I, you know, the first thing that I did when I saw that was buy a big sticker, and as well as a Lucky one, because Lucky he was playing in G2 on the time, but the way that he typed the L, it looked like an S, and you could figure out how I combined these three.
I see it. You were a funny man, Ted. Now, we're able to see how this team fares as HellRaisers with the bottom lightly looks to make it 3 right now. And I'll tell you what, Ted, I worry for Lyngby because for the most part, it looks like they're going to be in a bit of trouble here.
Well, they might be. Of course, losing the force buy doesn't necessarily mean that you're in a bad state. Still, they're going to have their first buy at 1-3, which is not that bad, but I agree. HellRaisers, after saving this one on Dust, they might be coming in hot on their heels here. And we say that Lyngby are actually a pretty snowball, momentum-orientated team. But when you're a momentum-orientated team and your momentum just gets crushed when you have 2 match points, how do you recover from that? Can Lyngby recover from that?
Without a doubt, and let's see how they fare moving ahead and what's going to be a bit of a tough ask as U2 goes down either way. Mollies go flying, smokes go out as well. And now Blood from Sky will try to do the odd bit of damage wherever possible, but it'll be a very tough ask for the time being. Nothing too substantial. And but now as banana control comes out, it's a messy banana control, but it doesn't matter. They come out on top nonetheless, and as Blood from Sky clears it, he'll just back away, and nonetheless he's forced HellRaisers down towards the safe site, and with 3-man setup already there from Lyngby, they might actually have a bit of equity in this round.
They actually might, but in the meantime, HellRaisers, they're gonna trade banana control for medio control, and this is intelligent CS right now from the side of HR, because they realize they give up banana, they need to work with something. They can't just give up the entire map, and NATO here capitalizing on Lime, that's a perfect way to begin with for the side of Lyngby. But again, HellRaisers, they need to fire back, and they're gonna go for the B split. This might work out just perfectly. There is a player watching for this, but they need to take him down here.
Pulling ahead, blow from Sky. Max 10 in hand, trying to catch out Kalinka. Unable to do so though, as Kalinka and Problem respond in unison. Falls down to a 3-on-4 as Rouse will try to do a bit of damage, unable to do so as well as Flourish comes out on top, and Lyngby, they've been shut down no matter where they take these aim duels, and as HellRaisers looks to make it 4, this forces Lyngby back into a bit of a save, and more importantly, it all falls down to Fasher in a 1 versus 4, carrying towards Mini Pit, and well, I think at this point it's going to be a fairly comfortable 4th round for HellRaisers as they pull on ahead.
Do you get scared if you're Lyngby at this point? We spoke about it. I was defending them. Like, they won the pistol.
Yep.
Losing the force, alright, it does happen. You afterwards lose the eco. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Let's go. First buy round, perfect. Come on, but what does happen when you lose the first buy round as well? And this is the question that they're asking themselves right now. They go for the tactical timeout, but HellRaisers are gonna be probably up 5-1. Of course, unless Lyngby managed to make the half buy work, but let's say it is 5-1. The worst scenario about Lyngby. Like, you haven't necessarily been losing these rounds in a close fashion. You just lost a 1-man advantage round with 4 surviving from the T side, so it was a dominant one. Finding the first, then afterwards 5 unanswered kills from the T's, and Lyngby, they're gonna go to the force. What?
Let's see how they fare moving ahead, but it's going to be...
Rouse has just fully invested. He's went for the hero M4.
Do you think that Rouse, he shows presence, he makes it look like it's a full buy to try and fake out HellRaisers, and then just the pistols are all that's behind it?
Well, it might be exactly that, or they might just want to go for a stack somewhere and leave the M4 on the other side, but by the looks of it, they're just gonna support Rouse and try to play behind him on the back of the M4. He's going for some aggression. Well, by this call, they just want to try and keep the money on the T side low, but I think it's a bit too late for that. Like, HellRaisers, they already have built up. Yeah, exactly.
Now, a bit of a lull as HellRaisers let it execute towards the safe site. The smokes goes. Let's see how Lyngby fare on the whole. Util goes out completely flash. Rouse has been able to get there as relaxed as P250 rings true. Rollum jumps out of that, so good for one more, and suddenly these P250s look really strong as he goes 3-on-2. His rotation back around by Flourish, ready for the flank, realizing he's walking into a stack. He'll turn his attention towards along with his teammate of Lime. He will look to catch up, remember that he does. NATO falls, follow-up kill onto Relax, and now HellRaisers. And so they're going to hit the 5th now, but I would say that Lyngby have done more than enough damage here.
They have indeed. The damage is alright. If Bird from Sky manages to find himself a rifle and save it, it's going to be perfect. And that's exactly what he's going to do. And actually, he's going for it. He wants to do even more damage. Flourish to deny Lyngby. Well, it was a pretty decent one. Considering they will still have the money to buy the AWP and NATO, they could go for a double op if they wanted to as well. It is a decent one. Now they will need to find a way to crush HellRaisers though, because in the last buy round they got completely annihilated. They had man advantage on the back of the peak with the AWP from NATO's affix, but is it enough to get just the first one? If you're just losing these rounds time and time again, is it enough to do some damage when you're on the half buy and just get completely annihilated every single time you have the big guns?
Now, Util goes out either way. Nothing too substantial for now. Let's see if they can catch out any of these members. They try their best, but We don't see anything too substantial just yet. As the spur from Sky falls, it puts HellRaisers in a perfect opportunity to just take a time, just take a moment to breathe, and then look to just completely execute. Bit of a lull here. Smokes go out either way.
There's the smokes. The mollies from HR. Of course, at this point, they're just baiting utility. They're trying to bait out utility and rotations as they group up towards that B-bomb site where, well, NATO Safix, he's the one man standing with the AWP, and he'll have to go huge. He's on his lonesome, no fast rotation whatsoever. Unless he kills 3 players here, this should be the save. Misses the initial shot, falls back behind the smoke, and well, this might as well just be the 4-man save here. Unless, of course, Safex manages to find someone through the smoke. He's gonna try and deny the bomb plant, doesn't do so, goes for the repeat, misses the shot, and well, that's gonna be the save. There's nothing that Lyngby could do in this situation.
I'll tell you what, I really fear for Lyngby right now. Usually when you see teams like this, when it goes very close, we then see a third map come through. At times like this, we usually see a very, very close, third map where both teams go blow for blow. Lyngby, they've just stagnated. I'm worried that on Dust 2, they gave it everything, and they've just run out of steam, because for the most part, nothing they do works. And HellRaisers, they've been adapting, they've been overcoming, and Anakin's with a collateral there. It doesn't matter, he's killed his teammate. They've got all the economy in the world. The point is they've taken another gun from Ral's, and they've forced Lyngby down to another abhorrent buy.
They do, and ooh, Lyngby, they could potentially invest everything into this one. Fasher and Relax could on paper drop M4s, and do they go for it? Well, by the looks of it, they will just go for a half buy. They might as well invest, but at this point, I don't think that there's a right and wrong thing to do if you're a Lyngby. You just need to do what works. That's it. You need to start winning rounds. They'll go for the half buy. They'll try to inflict as much damage as possible, but at this point, damage doesn't work. Just damage doesn't work. They need to try and win rounds. They need to start winning rounds, because HellRaisers, they have money for days. They don't care. They can lose all 5 players. Easily they could rebuy.
Without a doubt. And for the time being, we'll have to see how they fare moving ahead, and what's going to be, their buy for Lyngby. It's one of those buys where I suppose they could make it work. They scrape the barrel with it.
Yeah.
But the reality is, I just fear it's not enough.
And this is the first time when we actually have HellRaisers on the upper hand in the beginning of a map. So far, Lyngby, they have had just good starts on both Nuke and Dust 2, and they've let it slip away. But HellRaisers, they haven't actually had the chance to be in such a dominant lead in the first place to then let it slip away, and they might not. As for now, they're just taking the slow default. Not so sure what to expect from the other side. There's the aggression. That's a nice kill from Burr from Sky. But Rouse is gonna get completely annihilated through the smoke afterwards. Now down to a 4 versus 4. Of course, for Lyngby, having banana control is a bit of a bonus, as they'll have that extra rotation towards A, but still, it's not a full investment. They have the M4s and the AK now in Burr from Sky, but they've been losing these rounds time and time again. Now, all that HellRaisers need is for Burr from Sky to go down, and the round is completely just done, and it's gonna be another force or another save. What?
Well, that one. Or not, I guess.
Oh,
Fair enough. Bird from Sky, clearly not happy with Anikaz, and so much so, the second he senses his presence, he sends him straight to the grave.
He continues to spam through the smoke, does so much damage. now there's a player that has rotated, and for Lyngby, this might be the best opportunity to finally win a round as Relax, he's gonna go through the smoke, taking down the first Bird from Sky to shut down Kalinka. And on the back of that damage that Bird from Sky did through the smoke, Lyngby, they managed to make it a second. And this is exactly what they want. Now, what is important is to try and snowball. Lyngby, we said that for, I don't know, for the 20th time. They are a huge snowball team. Like, if their momentum builds up, they could win against pretty much every single team in this entire tournament. But what is gonna be hard for them is to build it up at the first place.
Absolutely, and right now that is going to be everything in their attempt to hold on. And I tell you what, Ted, I still am just so scared for this HellRaisers side. Do you see them with hope?
HellRaisers.
No, Lyngby.
Oh. It really depends. I believe that they have what they need to fight back, but when Lime just goes in with entries like that, it is really hard to believe. Of course, the play is going elsewhere, but look at that. They're just getting completely shut down. It really does look like Lyngby are out of fire here.
Yeah, without a doubt. And tell you what I would love to see from Lyngby is I want to see them take a timeout the second HellRaisers win their next round, just so they can make sure no momentum gets built, and just so they can stay on top no matter where HellRaisers look to push ahead. HellRaisers, credit where credit's due. They are really pulling ahead and, you know, it's working for them. Let's see how they fare pushing ahead, though.
Raul's good for the first. He's gonna clear the entire banana, but the bomb will go down, and that's gonna be yet another save for Lyngby. As HellRaisers, they're gonna make it 7. And this is a hard one. This is a hard one. We spoke about it before the beginning of the game. HellRaisers, out of the 4 teams that we have here in the semifinals, they're the underdogs. They're the team that shouldn't be able to win the tournament. So far, I think they're showing some promising stuff. I think if they win against Lyngby, their confidence is gonna skyrocket so much that we might see them actually having something to say in matter of who wins it. Who knows, of course, who knows?
For the time being, HellRaisers, they make a 7th. They really pull ahead, and I tell you, I'm just so scared for this Lyngby side. Everything they've tried has just not really worked. There's been a few fluke rounds, but right now, we need to see Lyngby take a timeout and just breathe desperately. But at the moment, nothing's come.
Indeed, nothing has come so far, and well, let's see. HellRaisers, Lyngby, I love that from them. They're deciding to switch things up, going for the middle aggression. Oh, it worked though. Problem good for the first. Fasher to fire back, and they continue. Fasher with 1, but Anarchist quick enough on the trigger, and Kalinka there to shut down. Kills going left, right, and center, and we're down to the 2 versus 2. But the B-bomb side is completely free for business. The bomb will go down, of course, if they realize that it's clear and the retake is on Lyngby. They need to win this one. If they lose it, HellRaisers are going to be on 8, and Lyngby once again are going to be completely reset.
No doubt. I'll see how they fare moving ahead, and well, for the most part, these teams attempt to hold, and as that bomb 6 on down, push comes out. 2 players just teasing, and a great bit of aggression towards this site. As Bird from Sky, he'll lead discharge with assistance of NATO Sapix. 2 shots ring out either way. Bird from Sky looks to tap that bomb. Tap it, he does. Unable to catch out anyone for the time being, as he'll find Lime to kick things out. Anarchist now 1 versus 2 on just 6 HP. Can he do it? Oh, he finds the first. Will he find the second? Yes, he will. A beautiful clutch by Anarchist there, as we see HellRaisers take it to an 8 with just 6 HP. Israeli player comes out on top.
That's just heartbreaking. That is just heartbreaking for the side of Lyngby, and they instantly go for yet another tactical timeout. At this point, I think that the Danes are feeling the pressure. They actually realize what they have done to themselves on those 2. They realize what kind of a chance to close things out they have just blew away, and HellRaisers, they need 8 more to win the series. considering this was 1-0 for Lyngby, 15-13 up on map number 2 with a weak buy from HellRaisers. How does that happen?
How does that happen? And you know, what a round. But now, let's see what else they have in store for us. But nonetheless, I fear that for Lyngby, this may be a tough ask ahead.
Let's see though. Lyngby, they're going for the full investment into this one. 3 M4s, 1 Desert Eagle, MP9, and a lot of fuel too. But Anarchist, he's there to shut down Bird from Sky through the smoke. HellRaisers, they're just looking unstoppable at this point. They look like they're ready for every single thing that Lyngby try. Even if that thing is just jump spotting in front of a smoke, they're headshotting them through the smoke. And how do you counter that if you're Lyngby?
You're absolutely right. For now, let's see how they fare. Pushing on ahead is, for the time being, it's going to be the odd bit of damage done here or there, but HellRaisers, they still stand man up, and they're going to use this as a chance to just pull ahead against these members who don't really have a way to topple them. As few shots ring out, Fasher good for 1, Fasher good for 2. Suddenly he bears a bit of equity, but it will not matter as Lime comes out on top. Relax elsewhere, able to find a kill and pick up the AK as well. Puts it down to a 2-on-3 through the smoke though. Raoul's ready for the first, Raoul's ready for the second, and Lyngby, at long last, find themselves a third. What good will it do here?
Well, HellRaisers immediately going for the tactical timeout, realizing that in the process their money hasn't been looking great as well. Realizing that still they could reset the economy of Lyngby, and that might provide them with more chances to, of course, go and win dominantly still in the first half, because Lyngby, they have a long way to go. If they want to make it close, they need at least 6 rounds here on the CT side, at least.
Without a doubt. And for now, I'll have to see how they fare. Moving ahead is it's nothing too substantial either way. Instead, we'll wait to see how these teams fare in what will be. If HellRaisers come out on top here, this is going to be so difficult for Lyngby.
Yeah, it is. It is at this point. Let's see if Lyngby Vikings have what it takes to make the comeback here on their own. Native Suffix going for the run boost, pulse the player, doesn't want to recommit to it, understandably so. As Lyngby, they're gonna have what is their best buy, and maybe the entire match so far. Native Suffix missing the initial shot, it won't matter, but actually as I say that, he's gonna go down relax, too slow on the trigger to fire back, and the 4 versus 4 is on. HellRaisers making their way towards that B bomb side. That's gonna be the full execute. And what can Lyngby do?
Now, a few shots ring out either way, and looks like HellRaisers have got a lock on this site. The nade does a substantial amount of damage, but Kalinka, will he be able to find this opening instead? He doesn't fight anyone. The plant goes down. HellRaisers look to come out on top. Few shots ring out either way as July, by some miracle, survives there. Kalinka shuts down Rounds, and it falls down to Fasher and Relax. And, well, what good are they going to do here?
I can tell you, nothing. They're just saving. They're not even going to try to go for this one. Saving the AWP, saving the AK, but HellRaisers, they just shut them down with the weakest buy that they've had so far. This was Lyngby's perfect chance to get back into this. And you know what's the scary part? I think they have only 1 timeout left at this point in the first half. And when they use it and they continue losing rounds, this is the scary part. It's not like to say, okay, Lyngby, they've been cocky. They haven't had a single tactical timeout. They haven't tried to switch things up. That's why they're losing. They go for 1 tactical timeout, they start winning suddenly. No, they have used their timeouts. They've used 3 of them, and nothing is working.
And tell you what, I'm seriously worried. I seriously am. Nothing, absolutely nothing has worked for this side, and you know it breaks my heart to see, because for the most part, Lyngby are just being stomped into the ground right now.
Yeah.
And they lose this buy again. Yeah, they go to another pistol round, and HellRaisers is going to look to just decimate them in this half.
And this is exactly what happens a lot of time when you have the chance to close things out. You have a lead, you choke it, you fail to close the map and the series when you can. and you just go to a third map and you get completely annihilated. Now this round doesn't start that bad for Lyngby. They have the opening 2 kills, but they need to close it out, and they need to close it out with all members alive. So far, so good. Anarchist gonna make his way towards long though, and he has a pretty decent timing, to be fair. Oh, and they miss him. There is no way. They're not ready for that. Or aren't they? Relax. Okay, he proved me wrong about this one. He was aware of the possibility of a timing, and problem, he is now in the 1 versus 5. This is what Lyngby need. They need to start shooting heads. They need to build up confidence at this point. And one clean round could do wonders for them.
We'll have to see how they fare though, and yeah, this clean round is exactly what they need. It gives them money, it gives them weapons, and more importantly, it gives them a fourth. And you know, we'll speak about Simon time again, Ted. 4 rounds is the most you can get on a, or least you can get on a side, with the game still having some reminiscence of winnability, I guess. And well, for HellRaisers, let's see if they're able to keep it at just 4, or if they're going to be shut down themselves as they go down to a fairly poor bye.
You know, the best part for Lyngby is that they've won 5 out of 5 pistols so far in the series. They know that they're really good at them. So chances are that they could potentially win the pistol round in the second half as well, make it 6 out of 6. And this is something to work with. Like, even if you're not that clinical in buy rounds, winning the pistol could win you 3 on the back of it. Whereas now going for the aggression, he's gonna go for a flash, and this might work out just perfectly. He's just waiting. They're still aggressive. That AG doesn't quite connect, but Lyngby, I love their front positions. They wanna force the issue. They wanna fight with HellRaisers and show confidence. And look at that. Look at what a deep molly they're deploying. They're going for the late banana control, and this is perfect. This might cancel the entire round from HellRaisers. It's good for the first, not quite actually, as problem. He's gonna take down Bird from Sky, and somehow this collapses. Now the problem for Rouse, he has no grenades whatsoever, and he's all alone.
If I were Rouse right now, I would be absolutely terrified because he's got so much damage to do and so little hope to do it, because he'll be looked to flash it on in, but HellRaisers, they go for contact either way, so he won't be able to catch out anyone with this.
Oh, but there's the flash and it's perfect. Rouse, good for 1, good for 2. Kalenka with the trade will do though. And now the 3 versus 3 Fasher. That worked out perfectly to try and equalize things. The molly will slow them down even more, but they will need to run through it. There's the flash, there's the big Fasher. Goes for the first, goes for the second, and goes for the third. Lyngby, they make it 5. They're still not out of this one yet. HellRaisers, it was looking scary, but now they will have no money to work with, and the Danes haven't surrendered yet.
Absolutely perfect stuff from them. And tell you what, now that they're showing some tenacity, now they come back into it. Let's see if they can maybe mount a bit of a comeback. As HellRaisers, they show that maybe they might not be in it.
They'll still have one more chance here. Lyngby to make it even closer, as they should be winning this one. There's only pistols, utility. This is the worst buy that HellRaisers have had for what feels like this entire half already. So Lyngby should have this one wrapped up, and as we said, they're really good at pistols. So if they win number 6 and the pistol, they might even equalize things, which, considering the result was what, 9-3 or 9-2, this is absolutely perfect for Lyngby.
Without a doubt. And it looks like we might see a bit of a apps pop from HellRaisers. Bear in mind, yeah, as you mentioned, Lyngby, pistol rouse is their forte.
Yeah.
If they can go ahead and just take it, then what good really are HellRaisers going to be able to do? That early lead will mean nought if they fall here. Lyngby, they find the pistol, they make it 7, then 8 on the follow-up, and from here, let's see how they fare, pushing on in. There's a man advantage for Lyngby as well as a positional advantage as Fasher finds the follow-up. All on Kalinka and Flourish, the last 2 members pushing on forward, trying to catch out some of these members, unable to do so. As Flash goes out, Kalinka ready to push on wide. Can he catch out these members? For the most part, it looks like he may be unable to do so. As Flourish and Kalinka, suddenly they show that they do have a bit of a bite to them as they take down 2 more. From Sky and NATO now, last 2 members are standing, and what good will this be?
He just dinked him through the smoke with the Tech 9 from Pit. That pistol is broken.
Yeah.
That pistol is broken. And Lyngby, they're actually cautious about the backstab. They're not sure where both players from HellRaisers are, and this was originally a 2 versus 4 with a weak buy. Now Bird from Sky though, good for the first. He's gonna go in first to try and bait out the peek, but Kalinka is gonna land the second headshot as well, and HellRaisers, they make the broken by work, winning 10 in the first half. Lyngby, they're in such a tough position. They need to win this pistol. It is do or die. They need to win it. No other options.
It's absolutely perfect by them. As what this means for now is Lyngby, if they don't get this pistol round, they're going to be in such a difficult position. Tell you what, Ted. Do you think maybe you've got this, or is this going to be a HellRaisers map?
Ooh. You know, it's hard to tell because Lyngby are so inconsistent. Like, they are really inconsistent, and what could be some good news for Lyngby is that their T side on Inferno is actually stronger. It has been for the last 3 months, in the past month as well, but the thing is that the difference isn't that big. Like, their T side, they've won 51.17% of their rounds on it. So it's pretty much the same. They have as good T side, as good as the CT side. So at this point, they will need a bit more. They will need a bit more of just the same, but on the other side, just slightly better. Because what? You win 6 rounds. Whoa, good job. You lost at 16-11. Lyngby, they need the pistol, and they need to show us that they still have something to fight with. What is their go-to here? It's pretty much what HellRaisers were doing for this entire half, keeping the economy of the CTs low. This is their go-to. At first place, if they manage to reset the economy of HellRaisers after every single buy round, if they manage to shut down the force after winning the pistol, okay, then they are still in the map, but losing the pistol and potentially the first buy will just pretty much mean GG for HellRaisers.
Yeah. Without a doubt, and this is going to be a scary prospect. It has to be if you are that out of Lyngby side, because all the pressure's on you.
Yeah. And well, under the pressure, they have faltered.
Well, if there was
Lyngby,
ever a time to lose a pistol round.
that is not the best way to do it. That is... Yeah. They've won 5 out of 6 pistol rounds in the series. I think this is the worst one. This is the worst one to lose out of all of them. They would be happy to trade another pistol round for this one, but unfortunately, this is not how things work. In Lyngby, they go for the full force. If they lose this one, potentially 13-5.
They're in such a tough position if they do end up losing this, because Lyngby, this force buy, it means everything. They falter here, then they, for lack of a better word, are screwed.
Indeed, and at this point they're just taking the slow approach, wanting some aggression to come in through from the CTs, but HellRaisers, they know what's happening. They know that Lyngby are with pistols. In the best scenario, just pistols with armor and SMGs. They don't want to aggress. They're happy to get banana control, have control towards A, and play slowly. Now, Lyngby, they're gonna jump towards B, and this is where the damage needs to come. Bird from Sky on the double entry. This is perfect. This is what they need. And now the 4 versus 3. They have the man advantage. Bomb will go down as the retake from HellRaisers is on.
Without a doubt. And now as they make their way on forward, let's see how they hold. Just trying to catch up these numbers wherever possible, but for the most part, looks like HellRaisers are going to be in a bit of an advantageous position here. And catch anyone who dare comes their way for the most part.
Lyngby managing to shut down the buy round from HellRaisers. Of course, will leave them a chance to fight for the series. The thing is that the risk in going for such a play is that if your first player that's running towards banana loses his life, you've lost the round. Because what you depend on is to just try and overwhelm the CTs with players running and jumping towards them.
Yeah.
And if the first one just gets shut down from there on, every single one is just gonna hesitate. They're not gonna be as sure on what's happening. And well, Lyngby, they get the round win. This is what's important in the end. And now on the other side, striking down 5 players from HellRaisers might actually allow them to have a pretty decent advantage coming into this one. HellRaisers, they will have to force back, but let's see how good of a buy it will be.
That down. We see the technical balls come out, and yep, despite it will be shaky from HellRaisers, but the issue is they've got rounds to play with, and they know it. The likelihood is they go for a force by hit. You know, damage is all they're going to be after. Push comes to shove, they go for an eco, whatever. By the time they go for their next buy, they're still going to have a good 3-4 round cushion to work with, in which they can just wait to see how Lyngby fare and wait to find their groove of their default.
Yeah, and well, in the meantime, ladies and gents, let us know in the chat, what are your predictions? Do you think that Lyngby Vikings are going to complete a comeback and win here and, well, cement their place on in the finals? Or are HellRaisers going to close it out and set up a massive upset here? Give us your predictions in the chat. How do you think this map is going to end? I'm pretty interested because we have a lot of Sinners fans. Ahoy to everybody. We have a lot of Sango fans, to who we could say just Merhaba Kardesh Nasılsın. But what do you guys think? Who do you want to see your favorite team facing in the finals?
We'll have to see. And I tell you what, Ted, who do you think is going to win this series? Do you think that Lyngby can come back, or do you think HellRaisers is going to push on ahead?
For the sake of it, I still believe that Lyngby should win it. I believe that Lyngby on paper should win it. Yes.
Should or will? Should or will?
That's the point. That's the point. Lyngby, any other day, I would say that they have this one easy. But they're making so many mistakes today, and it's not necessarily just making as many mistakes, but as HellRaisers going for insane clutches and plays. Lyngby not being able to close out things, which I think has been the biggest problem for this team for a long time now. And, well, it really depends, but for now, I will stay on the Lyngby train. I think that they will still win it.
Well, let's see if you turn out to be right, as for the time being, it's you to deployed either way. Again, Lyngby fanning out into a default. This force buy from HellRaisers, the Eagles round the board, the odd bit of utility to help out is going to be just their way back in, their avenue back in, as well from Sky finds the first, and that'll swing that position towards the wide on open.
It will, and, well, the bomb will kill down Lyngby, making it their 7th, as the force buy doesn't work quite well for HellRaisers. They're gonna save their pistols and armors into the next one, just to make sure that they could still inflict some damage while being on an eco. And this might be Lyngby's way back into this one. By the way, in the meantime, I think we have the veto about Sinners and Sango. Although we see...
they actually they started the veto.
They've completed it. It's Nuke Inferno and Mirage. It's Nuke the peak of Sango. Sinners choose Inferno and the decider is Mirage.
That's an interesting veto.
How do you feel about this one? I might give you some insights. Sango have 60% win rate on Nuke. Sinners have 40. Sango have played it twice as many times as Sinners. On Inferno, those Sinners having 79% win rate. Sango have 78. And on Mirage, it's 45% Sinners, 38 Sango.
I see that being, if Sango, Inferno will be the decider. It's either going to go 2-1 Sinners or 2-0 Sangle.
Yeah,
If it
exactly.
goes to Mirage, Sinners win. If Sangle win on Inferno, then it's over.
Exactly.
Simple as that.
Exactly.
Guaranteed win on a Nuke for Sangle. Guaranteed win on Mirage for Sinners. Inferno is really where that series will be decided.
Yeah, I feel so as well. But in the meantime, Lyngby looking to make it number 8 on the board as they're making their way towards that B-bomb side. But from Sky, good enough for the opening. He's gonna spot the second player. Every single HellRaisers player is towards that B-bomb side, but at this point, it doesn't matter. Flare good for 1, but that's gonna be everything from him. As Lyngby, they're gonna make it 8. And ladies and gents, well, as much as we know that there's a lot of Turkish fans in the chat, who do you think is gonna win between Sango and Sinners?
Is that really a question? Is that really a question?
And now I'm gonna see a spam in the chat like Sango Kardesh, Sango.
I'm gonna see a lot of dragons appearing in this chat.
Yeah.
Oh, there are some Sinners fans here.
Yeah.
The Czechs are out in force. But actually, this is a fairly even split.
Yeah, there's.
Never mind.
Yeah, they weren't. They just haven't started yet. That's why you said it.
They had a moment. But yeah, that is a lot of Sangle. Wow. Okay. Well, we know the fan base. It's alright, Sinners fans. I see you in the corner. I see you guys there.
Yeah, I see them. You know, something that Sango fans could be happy. Yesterday, I had baklava, and I ate so much of it. But it's have you tried it?
No.
It's a Turkish dessert. It's so good. It's so good. No. It wasn't kebab. It was. I love kebab, but I didn't eat kebab yesterday. I had baklava. It was so good.
I would check out baklava.
No, this is the
I know you ordered
sweetest.
some.
Is the sweetest thing that you can get. If you eat it every day, you're gonna have diabetes in like 3 days.
Really?
But it's so good. Yeah, it's so good. But
Alright,
kebab is the ultimate. But you eat kebab after drinking. This is a rule. When we go to the club here in Bulgaria, at 4 a.m. you go to the kebab shop after a club. That's it.
4 a.m. kebabs.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell you what, HellRaisers might need some 4 a.m. kebabs as they're currently on the wrong site in a 3v3 and an after plan at that, and looks like they're just going to go save. Maybe they've had a bit of a comeback while he's been chattering, and looks like they're going to pull ahead and make it 9.
They are, and for HellRaisers, at this point, what they've been struggling to do is pretty much, I feel like we're seeing the same half, just the other way around at this point. HellRaiser, the city side team winning the pistol, losing the force, afterwards just the T's steamrolling them, resetting their economy after every single time. Now the difference is that HellRaisers are trying to save from earlier stages of the half, which could help them. Because Lyngby had a lot of these eco rounds, a lot of these half buys without guns. And HellRaisers saving triple weapons when they know that they should have no chance whatsoever to win a clutch will actually allow them that extra buy round. If they will, they could go for the half buy here with the pistols, and we can see the tactical timeout in. Because HellRaisers, the difference between the two sides is that HellRaisers, I believe that they're taking things more seriously, or not taking them more seriously. They're more disciplined. In a matter of look at the time that they're calling a timeout. Lyngby are calling a timeout once they don't have the lead anymore. HellRaisers, in the moment that they see a chance for Lyngby to get back into this, they're instantly calling a timeout, saying, okay, what's happening? We need to stop them. They shouldn't be getting that close.
It's the second they see an avenue of exploitation, instantly on the timeout, and
Yeah.
I love that. It's so disciplined, and well, it's coming out on top for the time being, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And, well, we're about to see, though, because they will go for the full investment once again. Of course, if they continue saving 3 weapons every single time on the back of the max loss bonus, they will be able to rebuy every round. So, this is fine. But at one point, they'll have to go for these retakes. At one point, if they need to save too many rounds, too many times, they will have to stop going for these ones. Of course, Lyngby, at this point, having the correct read as they're going towards that A bomb site.
Tell you what, let's see if it works out for them, as they've gone for a bit of early presence towards B, simply so they can try and get out on top, and so they can try and get enough presence there. But for now, as Lyngby shift on forward, they're ready for the full commitment. 2 players on short, looking to hold. Nothing substantial just yet, as we see Annika's back on her way. Scope on it, he hits an early kill onto Fashion. Beautiful shot to kick things off. Players diving through the smoke there with a form of flourish there to assist him, saving his teammates' life as Annika's will continue bringing out shots. A beautiful follow-up kill there from Sky, trying to show some presence, and Natos after able to find Annika's as well. He goes 3 on 2, and now the problem, ready to go through that smoke. And with that, it'll be down to a 3 on 2. I realise I'm so far behind you guys. I do apologise.
You have no idea how far behind you are.
How far behind am I?
You have no idea how far behind you are.
I do apologise.
No idea. Like,
was I just a minute and a half
you
behind?
know, the round has already ended, and you're like, nothing substantial happening so far.
I do apologise. I wish we had some. It would be nice if we went back to GoTV. That was easier to use.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Of course, Lyngby losing this initial round doesn't mean anything for them so far. They could still reset the economy of HellRaisers, but, well, they will need this one. If they lose it, it's an entirely different story. And let's see how they fare. As there's the aggression from Kalinka. Good for the first, but from Sky there to refract through the smoke. That's perfect. Lyngby, if they manage to refract every single time, 1 for 1, well, they're gonna come on top every single time. But at this point, HellRaisers, they have been doing a pretty decent job to try and deny refracts. Let's see though if they will manage to do it in this round again.
But now, a few shots were ringing out either way. And, well, I was about to start talking about my clean feeds like that again, so you want to take it away, Ted?
Yeah. Until you refresh yours, it's all good, all good. 35 seconds on the clock as Lyngby, they commit to that full B execute problem. Trying to find out players. NATO Sapphics, good for the first problem. Still towards the side as Fasher, he's gonna take him down. And that's gonna ring the bell. The red alarm for the save on the side of HellRaisers. As Lyngby, they're gonna make it double digits, only 2 away once again. HellRaisers, they have a reason to be scared at this point.
There we go. Alright, now they have a reason to be scared. As 2 on 3. HellRaisers, they back away, understandably so. And as they save these guns, Lyngby, not only do they win the round, but more importantly, they save their economy with a bomb plant. They'd lost this, they'd have gone straight down to pistols and armor. Now it's HellRaisers the one who get reset, while the two have been able to save. And let's see how it affects them pushing on forward.
By the way, what do you see on your screen right now? Just to make sure that we're looking at the same thing.
NATO currently on wood, open hand. Round reset, 16 seconds left.
Okay, perfect. We're on the same page. Guys, no problems. We are seeing the same thing. Don't worry about it. Everything's alright. Everything's alright.
For tournaments that you don't hear them trying to fix production issues, it sounds just like that. So there you have it.
Yeah. And just like that, Lyngby making it 10. HellRaisers on 12, and they're going for the middle rush, but NATO spotting that. Look at how much damage has been inflicted by grenades, and Flaric just flying into Mexico, taking the head of Fasher. Kills going left, right, and center. And somehow, HellRaisers, they come on top. 4 versus 3 here. As Lyngby, they're making their way towards that B bomb site where Anarchist is all alone, but surely he hits the first thing he does. Deploying the smoke. At this point, he's just trying to win some time for his team, and Anarchist, he's doing exactly that. Getting down the first, goes for the third. Doesn't quite spot him, doesn't connect the shot, but Rouse, he's just mollied off. No chance whatsoever. And HellRaisers, they make it 13. What an insane way to play around where you don't have any money whatsoever.
Absolutely, an incredible round and an incredible demonstration of skill and prowess from that player there. As we see HellRaisers move on to a perfect position in which they're going to try to close out this map if Lyngby aren't careful. We see a buy up from either side, and for Lyngby, they move on to what will be a shaky buy. You know, they still without armor, or without full armor at least, you know.
They're doing the same thing.
Look at that. The same thing.
Look at that. They're crazy. They're insane. Kalinka Lime. What the hell is happening?
But if it works once, why not try it again? NATO trying to regress towards mid. He's unable to catch out anyone for the time being, though. As he backs on away, it's going to be a bit of an easy, man advantage for HellRaisers, not only with mid control as well. They'll move on ahead to try and shut down anyone who kind of dare challenge them.
That's cool smoke, by the way. Didn't know that one. Ooh, relax. Good for the first. And this is the A side completely wrapped for the side of Lyngby. Now, they will be able to get the bomb down, but are they gonna make it work?
Let's see if they're able to do so now, as for the most part. If there's do damage wherever possible, they both shift on forward, and as that bomb ticks on down, Lyngby in perfect after-button positions to try and hold this. The initial flash goes out, smokes go down. In fact, HellRaisers have a bit of retake utility will assist them though, as they molly these players out of position. Now center side, Fashion completely blind, ready for players to swing into him. He's caught out by Problem. There's the first. Second, not quite found though, as NATO will try to get above the smoke. He rings out a shot at him, catch out anyone that was going to find relax. NATO now alone in a 1 versus 3. Good for 1, 2 more to worry about. Like hiding in the smoke, cowering in the smoke. Misses his follow-up shot, but he'll cancel out the plant again. On for the third, trying to find his way around the box, but it does not matter. He's brought enough time, and Lyngby, against all odds there, find an 11th.
That is such a chaotic clutch. That is what is happening? NATO, he missed like 60% out of his shots. Somehow just the movement around the smokes, around the boxes, it was so good to keep him alive. And them not having time was actually the thing that canceled them from going for the kill. Like one guy had to defuse the bomb. NATO in the end with a massive 1v3 clutch, because that would have been game. That would have been game if NATO didn't clutch this. This 1 versus 3 is basically the thing that keeps Lyngby in the game. Look at that. He actually missed the first shot on both players, landed the second. That was the reason he didn't kill the third guy. He just didn't get the chance to fire a second shot. But on top of winning this one, for Lyngby, it is a pretty bad state. Because they went around, they lose all 5 players, and look at what that has resulted on in their economy. They have 3 MAC-10s, the Scout and NATO, and the AK and Relax. Of course, that suggests that they might go for a fast-paced play, considering on the other side, HellRaisers won't necessarily have the best buy as well, but it's gonna be a better one, a far better one for the side of HellRaisers. Just the fact that they will have the AWP in the hands of Anarchists, they will have M4s all over the place, except for Problem, who's gonna be with an MP9. HellRaisers actually have a pretty decent chance to reset Lyngby here.
But now, HellRaisers, they look to hold firm, and, well, for the most part, it's going to be a tough hold for HellRaisers as they'll try to just make things work. There is still no economy to them. There's an MP9 on Problem, there's limited utility, and the reality is this buy is decent, but there's nothing behind it. As Lime, he's caught out by Bird from Sky, and right now every player who falls for HellRaisers is going to be so detrimental next round, because they've got no money in that bank at all.
Yeah, it's totally like that. They have nothing to work with, of course. HellRaisers having the potential to reset the economy of Lyngby doesn't mean that their economy isn't in a bad state as well. And for the Vikings now slowing down, trying to bait out utility, trying to bait out aggression is the best approach to this round. They could just wait for HellRaisers to go for a gamble stack or aggression, but oh, look at that stack. They're stacking 4 players towards A. The CTs, they realize they have nothing to work with, and they need to go for this kind of a play. But in that case, it works. This kill from Anarchist, though, it might actually lure them towards that B side, and it has done exactly that. Lyngby with the correct call. Now, the question is, do HellRaisers realize on time, and do they rotate enough players towards that B side? Because Lyngby, they're gonna take their time, not knowing that it's completely clear here. There's no way that they know as well. And this one might go either way. Kalinka, he's already rotated, has the support, of course, of his teammate being Flaric with the M4, but there's the flash, there's the cross, and the bomb will go down.
Now HellRaisers on a bit of a retake. Fashion low on HP, so it's an avenue of opening, but is it enough? So they make their way on forward. They'll try to catch out one of these members. And, well, it's Bird from Sky to strike first. Kalinka falls relaxed, follows up, and the HellRaisers, the safe call goes through. They back away. They hightail it out of there, and luckily for Lyngby, this will be a 12th as they really put themselves into the runnings now.
You know, at this point, such kind of a play from Anarchist to go for the peak in apartments, because essentially this is what lost them the round. It was really well timed. Like, he went for the peak knowing that if he wins it, okay. If he loses it, that's gonna lure Lyngby to push towards that A side, thinking it's just a bad defense towards it, and they would get surprised by 3 more players behind him. But him getting the kill actually here plays to his team's detrimental, because Lyngby, on the back of seeing the AWP towards A, they're like, alright, let's just full rotate towards B. There's no AWP there, which means that we could use our grenades, we could go for the drills, and there's no problems. And this is what wins them the round. Now HellRaisers, they're on the half buy, on the back of the AWP, and Anarchist, who's probably gonna go for aggressive peek, and that's exactly what he goes for. There's only pistols on the board and the MP9 and Problem. There should be no problems whatsoever here for the T's to get this one, as, well, the 1-for-1 is perfect to begin with.
Without a doubt, for the time being, as the players make their way on forward. See Lime looking to hold as Yusuf goes out either way. Raul's trying to do the odd bit of damage wherever possible, but it's an absolute collapse, and that's a perfect execution by Lyngby as they go on ahead to make it a 13th, as they tie things up and really look like they might be ready to close out the map with this sort of momentum.
You know what's one thing that's really worrying about me?
What's that?
For me. Rouse doesn't have a crosshair, right? We don't see it. Do you know what that means?
Means he's using one on his NVIDIA, like on monitor with NVIDIA settings.
Exactly.
Yep.
What is wrong with this guy?
Oh, he's playing on another planet.
Why? You're a professional. Listen. You're a professional CS:GO player, and you use an NVIDIA crosshair. Why? Why?
Right. There's definitely a problem here.
You know, it's better for me just to, I don't know, just to take something and glue it to my monitor in the middle and use it as a crosshair. Why?
That makes a very good point, Raul. Why would you?
Why?
Why would you do this? Why would you do this to us?
There is no reason. Okay, Lyngby Vikings, they make it 13-13. Ladies and gentlemen, well, we were wondering, do they have what it takes to make the comeback? Well, apparently they do. But let's see if they have what it takes to take it over the line. Can they complete it? Can they win the map here? And Anarchist, well, he doesn't think so. Goes for the peek towards second middle, catches Fasher off guard. That's a brilliant way to start things off.
Without doubt, let's see if it works out for them. And as for now, that's a bit of early damage shown, a bit of early presence shown. Nothing too substantial. As we enter a bit of a lull, Lyngby looking to shift their way up Banana. They'll be walking straight into problem. He'll look to hold here. Whether or not he's able to do so, we'll have to see.
Oh, there's the flash. It's perfect, but problem, he's good only for the first. And Perform Sky, he's actually gonna double up onto Kalinka. That's huge. There's no way that they went around like that. The 1-for-1 on Banana, it was in HellRaisers' favor only because they were with a man advantage. But Perform Sky doubling up on that, that has actually made it really, really tricky here. And NATO, he's gonna re-smoke that. This is gonna be such a late retake. HellRaisers, do they even have a chance? They have so many angles to clear, and there's even one more molly in the hands of NATO. Oh no, this is just heartbreaking. There is no way that they make it work and they commit.
Now let's see how they fare moving forward and what's going to be. Yeah, HellRaisers, this is heartbreaking. They were so far ahead, and Lyngby, they just come out on top. They take the lead 14-13, and in the latter 5 rounds of the game, Lyngby show what is required to beat the HellRaisers side. Tell you what, Zed. If you're HellRaisers, what's the call to come back? What's the call to try and pull things ahead to just make things worthwhile?
You know, that was exactly what they did last round. Going for an early peak, 5 versus 4, and then just fall back and play it on the bomb sites with grenades. And they did it. They did it last round. They need to just try and put on pressure on Lyngby, because every time that they've been going for these kinds of like slow buy rounds, where they allow Lyngby to play the default on the T side, which of course is get control over middle, get control over Banana, clear apartments, and then decide what to do. Go for the full execute. Lyngby have been crushing them. But look at that. That aggression from Anarchist, it has been doing so well for HellRaisers. Now they need to fall back. Now they need to just play the time and the grenades. But are they going to be able to close it out?
Left to see for the time being as they make their way on forward. HellRaisers with a man advantage. You're going to look to re-aggress with the form of Aniguez, shifting towards Banana, looking to re-clear it. Let's catch out the odd member. Is he able to do so, though? For the moment, no, he can't. Instead, it's going to be these players to shift on forward. Again, timing not quite there for Problem as well. He's spammed all down, so just back on away. And as the mid-B flank comes through, Anikez right now, this position with the AWP is everything. Shifting on forward to catch out this initial player. He does. Good for one. Trades there, though, and it falls down to Kalinka. 1 versus 3 for anyone who pushes towards this site. Can he hold?
Are they ready for him, though? Oh, they're gonna go for the bomb plant straight into smoke. Kalinka doesn't spot it, but this is so smart. Are they aware of him being on the side? I don't think they are. I don't think they have any idea, and this might be huge. Kalinka whiffing the initial shots. Eventually, he will get the kill, and now the 2 versus 4 is on Relax. Oh, they will go for the boost. This is so smart. He's gonna have the first, goes for it, goes for the second. Relax goes for the third. This is such a massive play from Relax. And now the 1 versus 1. Flaric. Oh, he's gonna stick it. He's gonna stick it. Rouse peeking into it, and he'll cancel it. Lyngby, they make it 15. What a play from Relax and Rouse.
My lord. That right there is just incredible stuff. An amazing round by Relax there to propel his team to a 15th, and now only 1 away from victory. They look to pull ahead and topple HellRaisers. They've got a couple rounds to spare. Let's see if they can do just that.
Sheesh. That was insane from Relax. And Lyngby,
It was.
they're in the same situation that they were on Dust 2. 15-13 up this time though. Rouse, he's good for the first. And HellRaisers, at this point they have 2 FAMASs and 2 M4s. This is everything that they have to fight and stay here in the Shadow League. It is for the tournament. This was HellRaisers' map to lose. That was in their pockets. Like, somehow they managed to let it slip. And Lyngby, they're in a pole position to close things out. They shouldn't be making the same mistake as they did on Dust. They shouldn't be over-aggressing. They need to stay focused and composed.
We'll have to see how they fare, pushing on ahead, and, well, looks like it's going to be a just hard time for HellRaisers, who already a man down as Kalinka falls, and what good is this going to do? You know, Lyngby in a 5-on-4, they just take a moment to pause. They take a moment to take their time, and well, the presence towards Banana. This is their round to take.
There's the peek though through the smoke. Relax. Good for the kill, but the play's going elsewhere. They're going towards that A-bomb side, and the pit player is all alone. This is Flaric. He needs to go huge, but he will fall to Fasher. And surely this is how it ends. Surely HellRaisers don't make this one work. Problem, Lime. They're the only 2 members that are left from the side of HellRaisers. They need to clutch this one. 2 versus 4. This is for the tournament. Lyngby, they won't have a better chance to go to the final.
Without a doubt, and as the push comes through, I think you're right, that this is just going to be it. It's again, it's either way, but unfortunately that may be all she rose for HellRaisers here.
And, well, ladies and gentlemen, just like that, after such a dramatic series, after so many comebacks, after overtimes on Dust 2, you have your winners. Lyngby Vikings, they're going to the finals, where they'll be facing the winners of Sangyo against Sinners. What a hell of a series that has been from Lyngby, but let me tell you what. If Lyngby continue being so shaky, they're gonna have a tough time in the finals, no matter who they face.
Without a doubt, but of course, we are going to go to a quick break. When we return, we'll be witnessing the likes of Sinners versus Sangol. It's the game that a lot of people have been waiting for. It's going to be an intense match as they look to topple one another. I personally can't wait. I doubt you can either, Ted. So we'll be back in just a moment with this final matchup.
'cause I can't see you anywhere. 'Cause I don't wanna know, I swear I should go, no, I don't wanna let you down.